Stefan Wul, gigantic fear, anticipation. Black River. Chapter 1. 1957 was the year of the biggest catastrophe affecting humanity since biblical times. The attack, because that's what it was, began in an insidious way with some fridge failures. That morning, Bruno Dykes came out of his shower whistling. He stepped out onto his terrace, rubbing the chest with chlorophyll and gazing at his city. In Salah, the capital of Saharan Africa and the second city of France, rose up in all directions to assault the sky with its glittering white building. Curiously topped with a rooftop garden, each structure resembled a bald giant wearing a lock of foliage. All over, plastic bridges crossed the streets, cut into abysses, and from where the murmur of traffic was already rising. Tamed by the sun, the terrace floor warmed Bruno Dykes' bare feet. He smiled with pleasure, placed his chlorophyll bottle on the tile, and tilted a bald head happily between the thorny face of a cactus and the caress of a palm. From such a height, the vegetation of the square seemed to him like a green cotton mattress. He had the impression that he could jump off it with impunity, took an instant to imagine a soft landing, and then let his gaze wander along the building across the street. A true polystyrene cliff, pockmarked with windows and dotted with colorful blinds. Higher up, helicopters buzzed in the blue sky like a swarm of metal bees. In the distance, amidst the straight outlines of buildings and the intertwining of bridges, one could make out the shimmering lake under a purple heat haze. Bruno Dykes thought it was going to be very hot, and being passionate about water sports, he decided to do a multi-sport circuit before heading on vacation. He didn't suspect that his fate was approaching him from behind in the form of a videophone that had been looking for him all over the apartment before exploring the terrace. On its rubber tires, the device stopped at a distance of him and whispered, "Boss, someone wants to talk to you." Bruno jumped and, turning his head, looked at the device with suspicion. "Who, Mr. Drisbuira? I expected it. Tell him that I'm already out." He shook his shoulders with bad humor and went back to his room, wondering what his boss wanted from him. "I'm on vacation," he grumbled. "He wants to pull the same stunt as last Sunday. He'll do without me for once. There are enough capable engineers at the Nevos factory. I've been on vacation since last night. I'm going to do a polytrack." While grumbling, he quickly put on a climate-controlled tracksuit and soon emerged onto the terrace. Following a winding path that cast changing shadows from the palms, he reached the garage and leapt into his car. An assault made in Tunisia. The automatic gate clapped shut behind him as he bounded down the runway toward Bridge 7. He overtook several vehicles, whizzed around the bend beside the imposing Sahara Bank, and sped across the bridge at full throttle, with an unconscious feeling of fleeing his high boss. He had to slow down near the cross where Bridge 7 cut across Track C as if to mark the center of town. Frustrated by the slow traffic, he swerved onto a downhill lane and let the car slide down the road in a spiral until it reached the lower bridge, lined with gaudy advertisements. Then he dove into the high-traffic tunnel, crossed the entire city in 15 minutes, and re-emerged into the sunlit south suburbs. In a few minutes he was there, and parked his wing on the roof of the stadium. He left his clothes on the bench, slammed the door, and, in his boxer shorts, walked towards the polytrack, without caring about the few female glances that turned around on his blonde giant's anatomy. Sounds of dives and laughter erupted from all sides, timed every now and then by the starting bells. While Bruno was looking for a free path, a vigorous slap on his back surprised him. His childhood friend stood behind him, a broad smile splitting his colored man's figure. "Paul!" Bruno exclaimed, crushing his hand. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for a sensational report?" "I can already see the headline," the black man laughed. "Bruno Dykes, former university champion of polyparkours, breaks his own record despite being in his 30s. "You bastard!" Bruno shouted at him, pointing a finger. "I'll show you that you're not corrupt at 30. That'll be another article subject. Paul Nazaire, the well-known journalist, is being beaten up by an old classmate from high school. The black man dodged the intended punch to his shoulder and let out a big laugh. That wouldn't prove anything. I'm as old as you. You want to go with me? I'll put at least 10 seconds in your mouth. Let's go. They advanced toward a course that 3 naughty mermaids had just left wet. The old cabin boy, who had always known them, was pleased to see them arrive. "Hey, you little scoundrels," he said. "When my little fish have grown up, I like it very much." "What do you mean, Grandpa?" Paul asked, shaking the hand of the old man. This text appears to be a conversation between 2 people, possibly in French. Here is the translation. He blinked a playful blue eye before continuing. "But now, I see them growing, and I find it much less appealing." He accompanied the statement with a pat on Paul's stomach and added, "You're going to get a belly, son." Paul lowered a concerned eye to his abdomen. "Nonsense. I'm as handsome as a god. It's jealousy, Grandfather." The old man quickly raised his arm and bared his sun-tanned, dry stomach like a weather-beaten board. "Feel this, son. Not an ounce of fat on me. But for the last 60 years I've run a daily course." He turned to the controls and opened the valves. Water began to boil and flow rapidly through the course. The old man raised his voice to drown out the din of the waterfall. "Disability? Give him 30 seconds, said Bruno in a desperate tone. Paul regarded his friend and touched his forehead with the tip of his index finger in an eloquent gesture. Then he stepped up to the diving board and waited for the starting bell while the sun burned his back. When the bell rang, he relaxed like a spring and split the water, arms outstretched. He reappeared some towns downstream and, adding his speed to that of the current, covered the straight line in 10 seconds. He smartly took the first bends by following the tangents and cleared all of them in 3 without touching the edge once. "He's flexible," remarked the old man. "I told him to take a belly to make him angry, but I think you were still careless with your 30 seconds. "We'll see," said Bruno. "Yeah, we might see you taking the hit. You know me well, both of you. It was I who trained you when you were young. You rely a bit too much on your strength, but your shoulders are too wide to navigate the turns effectively. Synchronize your arms and keep them well clear of the water. Your chest should graze the edge without touching it. Look!" Paul was approaching the first jump. One could see his magnificent and lustrous torso emerge from the stream, flip over the curve of a bend, and dive into the water parallel to a 10-city fall. The old man grinned. "That's style. Hurry up, Bruno. It'll be your turn. He looks fit, and you'll have trouble catching up with him." With the bell sound, Bruno went flying forward, was gripped by the water's chillness, passed the straight line, and the first 2 turns in a dazzling style. On the third, unfortunately, he stuck his arm out a bit too late, and, not being enough laid down on the side, hit him. Disrupted by the speed of the current, he spun once around in the second straight, and had all the trouble in the world to find himself in a position to clear the first drop. Applying an old trick where he had become an expert, he lay on his back. Feet forward, he watched between his half-closed eyelids the exact moment when he would discern the transparency of the water to the curve of the bend. When he saw it, he gave a kick, and his body tense as a bar, spun in front, appearing to spin around an axis going through his waist. Far removed from the flow, he sliced through the water in the second pool with 4 strong kicks of his arms. With puffy lungs, he stretched his arms out and let himself be sucked into the 20 nozzles of the tunnel. Then he went all out, kicking hard with his powerful crawl and applying his favorite method to the 3 other falls. When he came inside the wheel, he dived, counted to 10, and raised his arms, fingers extended like claws. He felt the edge of dawn settle into his palms, as if by magic, and the wheel dragged him out of the water. He climbed the ladder at top speed, finally saw Paul climbing ahead of him, hurried along with gritted teeth, and caught his companion by the heels at the moment when he heels. Collapsed onto the landing terrace, Scattered limbs, they slid together on 10 plastic towns of wet plastic, while packing punches into the ribs. "You got me, nigger pig," laughed Bruno. "But barely," confessed Paul with admiration. "You remained a champion, no doubt." Assisted facing each other on the wet floor, they looked at each other with friendship, soaked and breathless. The old man ran towards them. He was exulting. "Ah, my children." "Ah, this return to the fall. You should take up sports again, Bruno. If you hadn't touched at the third turn, you would have beaten your record 10 years ago." "And I could have written my article," said Paul. A clear and metallic voice rang in Bruno's back. "I was sure to find you here." The young man jumped up and looked at his boss, Driss Bouira, the director of Nevos Factories. "You," he protested. "I know that you're on vacation," said Bouira, "but I absolutely need you. We'll make it up to you later." He smiled, showing perfect teeth, while his gray eyes crinkled over his Berber cheeks. "I don't like it when you smile," said Bruno. "The more friendly you are, the more important the service you ask of me. What's wrong?" Driss Bouira didn't answer directly. He was from a rural background and came from the eastern Erg, where people spoke less. The monotonous landscape of the old Ergs transformed into farmlands, influenced, so it was said, the character of the inhabitants. The Ergians didn't have humor, but they made up for this lack with their seriousness and sense of duty. Such men were to be found everywhere in the Sahara. The race of various African peoples, they were the foundation of the nation, a reasonable counterweight to friendly defects, French lightness, Arab passion, black idleness. "Come and dress up and let's go out of here," said Bouira after a short silence. Chapter 2. Quarter of an hour later, Bruno followed his boss into a cafe on B Avenue. They sat down at a small table in the back room. Driss Bouira questioned Bruno Deix with his eyes. "A phoenix?" ordered the engineer. "2 phoenixes," said Bouira in the microphone placed in the center of the table. While waiting for the order, Bruno leaned over to his boss. "What did you want to tell me? You didn't just seek me out to have a drink with me." "Of course not," protested Bouira. "But on the way, an idea came to me. I felt like stopping here to check something out." "What exactly? Is it related to work?" "Yes," hesitated Bouira. "This cafe belongs to the Danjou chain." "So what?" "The chain of Danjou coffee shops was supposed to give us exclusivity on its orders 6 months ago. And then there was a disagreement. I don't know why. And they started dealing with an American company, Newcold." Bruno opened his eyes wide. "When did you start getting interested in the business side? And what am I supposed to do there?" Bouira did not yet answer. The order was arriving. The rolling tablet stopped near the 2 men and handed over the consumptions. Bouira slipped a note into the slot. "I don't think I was wrong," he said. "How so?" "There's no ice in these glasses." "Yeah, you're right. Must have been an oversight." "I'm not so sure," Bouira said. He leaned forward, opened the microphone, and said, "Why is there no ice in your phoenixes?" A frail voice replied, "We are sorry, sir, but we have problems with our refrigerators. However, please check your consumption. I assure you that it is as cold as you can wish for." Bouira smiled and closed the mic. He dipped his lips into the golden drink tasting of fermented dates. "The new cold is in trouble," he said as he dabbed his lips with his handkerchief. "I made several such experiences last night. Frigiva, Frigimac, Atlas, Nivos. We are those. That is to say, we ourselves are all in the same pickle. Cooling power remains the same, but water does not freeze. What do you mean? It doesn't freeze. I speak badly. Water freezes, but very difficult. At -15. Bruno forgot to drink. It's a crazy story, he muttered after a silence. A long time ago, people realized that. You make me walk. Not at all. For 8 days now, complaints are piling up in the commercial departments. I have every reason to suspect that the situation is the same everywhere. In Paris, they got upset and phoned me last night. The big boss is in all sorts of moods. Without being unkind, I am relieved to know that our competitors are as poisoned as we are. There's something in the water. Wow! If the water was polluted by something I don't know, the phenomenon would only occur here and there. But complaints are pouring in from all parts of the world. Moreover, the water has been analyzed. It is perfectly normal, but no longer freezes at 0 degrees. That's all. That's not very bothersome, but it's extraordinary. Boira protested with a gesture of his hand. It's you who says so. You don't reason by trading. The cold produced by the appliances is enough, of course, but customers are surprised not to get ice. They push the compressors to the maximum, and these being not made for. Such prolonged efforts eventually break down anyway. Despite himself, Bruno had emptied his glass without realizing it. He had a start. Orally, Mr. Boira. Hell, I agree with you. But first, I'm on vacation. Second, I only deal with a new type of backflow valve. If the water doesn't freeze, it's not my business. Boira smiled. Come now, Dix. Aren't you still a team player? You are our best engineer, and you know it. Your appointments correspond to your abilities. This entails certain obligations. Bruno looked up at the sky and sighed. Why am I not just an average engineer? You wouldn't come ruin my vacation. He thought for a moment and said, let's look at things from another perspective. Okay, I have team spirit. I'm ready to do everything. For the company. Well said. Let me finish. I haven't finished yet. Your refrigerators are excellent, the best in the world. A bit thanks to you. If you want, smiled Bruno. But don't give me a back pat. Let me talk, please. What? There is no fault in the appliances. What's the matter, the machine? No, it's your water that's bad, sir. It's not your machine. You should complain to the water company. Did you not think of telling your customers this? No. Well, this idea, my dear boss, I give it to you. With such an idea, you're all set. On this note, I'm taking my vacation. Goodbye. Bruno got up and made a show of walking out. Then, delighted, he burst into laughter and put his hand on Boira's shoulder. Admit that I fooled you, boss. But for a few minutes, you almost had me running. I didn't suspect you right away because you're not used to this kind of jests, and also because it's August and not April 1st. Boira remained still in his seat. He contented himself with looking at Bruno in the eyes, not smiling a little. For once that he tries to make a joke, it doesn't work. And he is a bad temper, thought the young man. Too bad for him. offense," he said aloud. His boss held him back by the sleeve and slowly said, "Dix, I assure you that I'm not joking. Such a joke would be a little coarse of me, don't you think? I assure you that water no longer freezes below 15 degrees and ask you to find out why. Apart from the fact that the matter is so ridiculous as to rob an engineer of any concern for holiday, apart from the fact that this mystery has a scope, which we cannot yet appreciate at its true value, it would be very important that this same mystery should be solved by our own engineers. I repeat myself, Dix, that never have I been so serious." A irritated voice was heard a few steps from them. "No ice," howled a large lady in the microphone of her table. "But it's incredible." "Insane. I asked for ice, and I'll get some." "I'll go to another establishment," Bouira commented discreetly. "I doubt that the other establishment she speaks of can satisfy her." Bruno had not changed his position. He remained standing before his boss, arms dangling and eyes blank. "Come to your senses," the latter advised. "I think you need a second Phoenix." Bruno obeyed like a robot. Lost in thought, he didn't hear his boss ordering 2 more drinks and only reacted when he felt the glass being slid between his lifeless fingers. Mechanically, he gave it a shake and coughed. This cough brought him back to reality. He said in a low voice. A terse but forceful comment, perfectly adequate. Appreciated Driss Bouira. Bruno jumped. "How?" he said, blushing. "I must have believed myself in the regiment." "Don't apologize. It's a historic word that needs to be reserved for major events. Given the situation, it is perfectly justified." The engineer wiped his forehead, but finally he said, "Others must have noticed it. This is beyond me. I am not a physicist. It goes beyond everyone, old man. And I believe that an engineer like you has as much chance of discovering something as a I'm going to videophone at the Institute of Science. I tried it myself yesterday afternoon. I couldn't contact any specialists. I get the impression they're all busy." Bruno swept the room with a bemused look. He indicated the consumers. "But the people," he said. "The public doesn't know anything. It's something you can barely notice, you know. They blame the exceptional heat. Don't find you not that it's very hot. Indeed, but we are in August month. Still, the heat is hardly bearable, although normal for this season. And do you know why?" Bruno had an evasive gesture. "My God. Because the air conditioning is defective." "And why is it defective?" "The ice." "Yes, the facilities no longer form ice." Here is the translation. From there, this extraordinary heat feeling despite our clothes. From there, to accuse a heat wave. By the way, you who are an engineer, have you noticed something? I rarely live at home. I sleep there, that's it. And my nivers is giving me a sufficiently low temperature. I didn't think to check if it was making ice. Driss Bouira tapped his subordinate on the shoulder. "When you get home, check it out. I'm sure that the water in your drawers is cold, but liquid." He pulled a newspaper from his pocket and unfolded it under Bruno's nose. "This is worrisome for anyone with ears to hear." He pointed out the titles that danced under Bruno Dix's stupefied eyes. "The Alps glaciers have halved. Floods in Piedmont and Dauphiné. The polar ice cap is retreating. Streams rage in Nepal," or Bouira said, folding his newspaper. The ONM average temperatures are completely normal. There's no explanation for the situation. He got up, imitated by Bruno, and headed towards the door. "I have to admit that I don't know where to start," said Bruno. "Well, I do," she said. "Where did you plan to spend your holidays?" "In France." "Then, my dear, in 2 hours you will be on a rocket. Here is your ticket for Paris." And here is an introduction letter for Professor Jean Lagan at the Institute. Here is the translation of the text into English. This is where you need to start. "You had everything planned," smiled Bruno. "You were sure of yourself." "No, of you," said Buira as he shook his hand. "Keep me posted. And don't let the red tape impress. Le Guin is an old friend. I'm sure he'll receive you. This letter is a real passport." Driss Buira leaped into his car after a final smile. Daydreaming, Bruno Deck settled in his and started the engine distractedly. He thought to himself. Or have I dreamed? Driving with one hand, he rummaged through his pocket with the other. He hadn't dreamed. There was the letter right there. At that moment, a stamp vibrated on his dashboard. He took the steering wheel with both hands and said, "Yes." A voice came from a microphone placed in the backrest of the front seat. "Car 7203SH, you have left your lane. You can't pay attention." "Sorry, officer. I was distracted." "Fuck," Bruno muttered to himself as he swerved onto a parking lot and waited. A bubble of plastic soon settled next to him. The guard came out and approached Bruno's door, waving his notebook in his hand with a satisfied air. He seemed very proud of his uniform. With a disapproving glance, he wrote something down, tore off a piece of paper from his pad, and handed it to Bruno. Bruno dared to ask. "Suspended until tomorrow at the same time," said the guard. "You can get out of your car. They will give you back your ticket tomorrow at Central." "Take your ticket." "Listen, officer, I wasn't paying attention. It's not a crime. I absolutely need my car. I have a rocket to pick up the spaceport. You could have caused a serious accident. Use public transport," said the official as he handed him the ticket and put his hand in his pocket. "Give me your car keys." Bruno reluctantly carried out the request, slammed the door shut, and walked away without saying a word. After about 20 steps, he turned around and saw the policeman getting back into his car while giving him an ironic look. He shrugged and joined the crowd crossing the bridge, dedicated to public transportation. No need to go home to get some personal belonging. He should hurry if he wanted to get to the spaceport in time. Chapter 3. Braced in his bus seat, Bruno watched slowly. The stations pass by. Miliana, Le Corbusier, Wadi, Jean Rostand. To while away the time, he took out his rocket ticket and jumped 12 hours 7. His boss had told him that in 2 hours, but he hadn't checked his watch and was off by 25 minutes. Bruno was very likely to miss the departure. He stood up and approached the door to get off at the next stop and hail a taxi. He wondered why he hadn't thought of this sooner, and suddenly remembered that the helicopter taxis had been on strike for 2 days. He sat, chewing on his brake, trying to console himself with the thought that he was already in the suburbs, and that the stations were spreading out increasingly until Thiel. Airbase of Guetara. Already the viaduct crossed the valleys dotted with workers' residences and plastic factories hooked on the first slopes of Tedmate. Soon he distinguished the edge of the plateau, crisscrossed with launch pads and radar towers. When the robot driver announced the end of the line, Bruno opened the door jumped off the platform, and ran into the coolness of the colorful, advertising-filled corridors. He climbed the escalator 4 at a time, emerged on the roof like a bullet, and dashed towards crater number 4, indicated by his ticket. He hit the closed gate. A staff member said to him, "It's too late, sir. The rocket will take off in 2 minutes." What an annoyance. I suspected as much. "When is there another direct rocket to Paris?" The employee consulted his schedule and added, "In half an hour, there is a departure from the crater 6 for Algiers. There. You'll change to Marseille." "From Marseille to Paris. You will arrive at 7:30. Bruno thanked and turned around. He walked with a weary step towards the bar of the airport restaurant, and entered just as a sharp hissing tore through the air outside. "There goes my rocket," he thought. He lost 10 minutes sipping a Phoenix without ice, and ordered a stable boy to go buy him a change of clothes, an automatic toothbrush, a sound razor, and a small suitcase toothbrush. Hold it all. Then he realized that he was hungry. When the stable boy brought his purchases back, he found him eating a monstrous sandwich of greasy chlorella. With his mouth full, Bruno gave a tip to his agent, picked up the case, and headed for crater number 6. He boarded the little electric train that took him straight into the rocket's belly, along with some 50 other travelers. Chance placed him next to a pretty Chinese woman who immediately began talking a lot. She excused herself, admitting that she was a journalist, and that she was gathering elements for a big series of articles on Western urban planning. "What's in Salah, then?" she asked. "If Paris is the head of a France." "The heart is in Salah," said Bruno, "as far as an anatomical comparison can apply to a city. Or a nation. It's not anatomy, it's poetry." Bruno smiled. "Not quite," he said. "In Salah is at the crossroads of ancient deserts." "Think that." The voice of the hostess interrupted him. "Please fasten your seatbelts, please." In silence, the travelers obeyed. Bruno cast a distracted glance through his porthole and saw the little train climb the crater slope. Soon, dazzling flashes danced in the midst of the immense cement cauldron. Invisible, a hell was lighting up beneath the rocket, a hell that was going to hurl it into the stratosphere. The tittering of a telegraphic phrase filtered from the cockpit into the middle of a heavy silence. And all at once, 50 people had the impression of weighing 10 times their weight. A slight dizziness blurred Bruno's vision. When this dizziness subsided, the young man blinked, smiled at his traveling companion, and pointed to the ground. The huge green ballon. The earth appeared to be turning slowly under them. Soon it was the first Atlas pillars, then the high plateaus, a castle of water in the North Sahara, and then Algiers, like an enormous white spot at the edge of the Mediterranean dry basin. In concentric circles, the rocket began to descend. The Chinese journalist pointed to something, a kind of bright cord which, coming from the town, ran straight north. "It looks like the Great Wall," she said. "Would it?" "You've guessed right," said Bruno. "It's the old floating bridge between Algiers and Marseille. It now lies at the bottom of the sea, but hasn't lost any of its utility. You may be able to talk about it in your articles, because it is a real cap of old floating cities. It has 40 rolling bridges, 20 railways, 10 highways and crosses, 300 piles, that former thermal plants are now so many tourist relays." The Chinese girl let out a sigh. "When I hear a Westerner speak of numbers, I always get a little dizzy." "I haven't finished yet," said Bruno. "This work becomes a proper bridge to cross the Latin Sea, a remnant of the waters of the ancient oldest sea in the world. It connected 2 continents, and it still connects 2 cities. Marseille, the mother, and Algiers, the daughter. These 2 cities are very similar. A bit more minarets below. A bit more churches above the Mediterranean basin. This is their only difference. They always keep holding each other by that umbilical cord called bridge. Your lyrical anatomy is bewitching you. Bruno burst out laughing. You gave me the example just now, with your Chinese vice of symbol. That proves that it is dangerous to push anthropomorphization to the absurd. But I succeeded in interesting you, he went on, taking her hand. You haven't even noticed that we were sitting. The young girl jumped and with the help of Bruno left the rocket which had already been deserted by the other travelers. The hostess came out behind them and cast a look of regret at the couple who were walking away. You don't know anything about Algeria? Asked Bruno, his new acquaintance. No, I arrived from the south. Madagascar, Cape Town, Belgium, then again France, Brazil, Lanry, Dakar. Bruno left his suitcase and companion's suitcase at the locker, and then dragged the Chinese woman out of the spaceport. We have an hour to lose, he said. Let me take you to Pile I. At the top is a restaurant from which one dominates all of the Mediterranean basin. It is a sight not to be missed. They advanced onto an air pier that towered over the low city like a cement diving board. As a predator swoops down on its prey, a helicopter darted toward them and dropped its metal ladder just in front of their noses. They climbed the 3 rungs and settled into the plush bench. Where, boss? The flying machine inquired. Top I, Bruscum and Bruno Dax. Bien, monsieur. The helitaxis he passed between the cliffs of the tallest buildings where the wind made the advertising banners snap like flags whose colors sang in the sky. Ski in Ores. Honeymoons in the lunar concession. Drink a Phoenix. Livos, the brand that prevails. Soon, the huge Pile I, starting point of the bridge Algiers-Marseille, appeared. The relief said in gold letters, Mabem claudiquat Herculeo, Icu apeptum erat. It closed a sea that Hercules had opened with a blow of the club. Bruno kindly translated. It's Latin. Our Mandarin language, he added, smiling. If I know your mythology well, the girl said, it was in Gibraltar that Hercules accomplished this feat. This proud statement should apply to the Tangier Dam. Geographically, yes. But the Tangier Dam is later than this bridge chronologically. We had the right to be proud of this work, which is much more imposing than that of the Spanish Moroccans. The helitaxi dropped them onto a jet-set pier at the top of Pile I. A warm breeze gently ruffled the journalist's hair. Bruno chased away the intrusive vending machines that sold postcards and dragged the young girl to the shade of the palm trees. They chose a table near the railing. Below them, the sea sparkled to infinity, just as it always had done in olden times, but this was a golden sea, a sea of harvests. Waves of sheaves appeared to break a killisted further out on Pile II, seemed to lick the quays of the old port of Algiers. Purple shadows ran across the surface of this strange ocean. The show was exhilarating. Would you like to have the aperitif to start with? Asked Bruno. Voluntarily. 1. Forgive me, I'm not used to French aperitifs. Order whatever you want for me. Bruno pouted his mouth in the center of the table and ordered 2 Phoenix, but the young girl pushed her elbow on him while crying. Look. What then? Asked Bruno by lifting his head. She pointed to the swaying expanse. A tower slowly rose from the earth amid the harvests. Then another, and another. Regularly spaced apart, the towers slowly lengthened in height. Bruno explained, These are irrigation towers. The watering water is loaded with fertilizer sometimes, or with trace elements that serve this or that. Accelerated growth, or high gluten richness, I don't know anything else. I am not an agricultural engineer. You have before you one of the granaries of Euro-Africa." The young girl didn't take her eyes off the old sea. Suddenly she saw each tower top-hatted with a long wiggler of raindrops and spun itself like a feathered dancer to water a field of 500 stadia. "You're going to see one of the most beautiful things in the world," warned the engineer. And so, under the effect of the great heat, an iridescent mist rose from the plain. As the tour spun quickly, the whole expanse of gold seemed to froth. Tourists of all kinds, who were having lunch on pile-eye, exclaimed with delight. They could no longer see anything under their feet except a gigantic storm of freshness crossed by rainbows. This splendor, this colorful ballet extended to the horizon. The towers had completely disappeared under the frothing whirlwinds. Chapter 4. As the young people turned away from this spectacle, they realized that they had been served. They began to sip their phoenix when the soft music that filtered from hidden speakers suddenly stopped. Nobody paid any attention. But when a voice in a grave tone said, "Attention. Attention." Several surprised heads turned up. The voice repeated its warning several times. Someone from the intensive care unit amplified the sound. Everyone finally perceived in the voice, in its insistence, a solemnity that foretold an official emergency announcement. Even foreigners eventually fell silent without understanding, in the face of the eerie silence that suddenly reigned in the restaurant. No one noticed that the watering of the plain had stopped, and that the towers had stopped their whirling dervish dance. Immobile and slick, they seemed to be waiting for another serious news too. Bruno had placed his hand on that of the young girl, and, with enlarged eyes by surprise, he slightly raised a finger in the air to draw her attention to what was going to happen. "What's happening?" asked the Chinese girl softly. "We're about to find out," whispered Bruno. "I have no idea. Attention, attention," said the voice. "I demand your attention." An extremely important message is coming to us at this moment. Listeners, wherever you are, whatever you are doing right now, listen well. Immediately interrupt your work or leisure. All other matters aside, increase the intensity of your post so that as many people as possible become aware of the following announcement. The voice fell silent for a moment. The faces were pale and strained. A woman let out a nervous laugh that abruptly died down. The speaker's tone hinted at something extraordinary. Bruno noticed purple rings under his companion's eyes. He had time to wonder what sort of a fool he was making of himself. The voice continued, "An unprecedented catastrophe threatens humanity. North African listeners, you have more than 2 hours ahead of you to take shelter. Don't panic. Anyone with a helicopter should take off with a number of passengers corresponding to the capacity of their device and remain immobile at 500 city blocks above their landing field. I repeat, don't panic. That every helicopter owner offer temporary hospitality to their immediate neighbors and remain stationary at 500 meters above ground level off their takeoff point. You, listeners of North Africa, have more than 2 hours before you to make all your arrangements. Those who don't have a helicopter or immediate neighbors to take them on board should go onto the rooftop terraces and wait for official rescue. Police and army aircraft will deal with them. Don't panic. If everyone acts calmly, there will be no victims. Don't try to contact your distant parents or friends. Don't try to save personal belongings. Don't try to get home. Everyone should stay where they are and climb aboard the helos of their immediate neighbors or calmly wait for official help on the roof terraces. Don't be afraid for your parents or friends. They will be rescued wherever they are. Let everyone stay on the nearest rooftop to where he is, if he has no one to take him on board. In front of Bruno, the face of the young Chinese woman hardened. Don't be afraid, said the engineer with a hoarse voice. You're hurting me, groaned the journalist. How? Oh, sorry. said Bruno, realizing that he was inconsiderately crushing his companion's little hand. People had risen, some speaking very loudly. Contradictory speculations could be heard. "War," said someone. "An earthquake." A woman ran towards a pier, grabbed by the hand of a tall redhead who murmured soft yet firm words with the word "panic" repeated several times. A voice was wailing, "We are all going to die. I cannot leave her at home, maybe, without notifying." A man, who should have been the manager, burst onto the terrace and heard this disjointed phrase. He said, "Whoever you left at home, missus, that person will be notified. You've heard the official warnings. Stay here." He swept the crowd with his eyes and continued, "Let everyone who has come here by their own means of transport calmly go to the car park and take a deep breath. Let those who have room in their car raise their hand and indicate with one or more fingers the number of passengers they can carry. Some customers raised 3 fingers, others 2. The manager entrusted them with passengers. Some disorder ensued, quickly repressed by the authority of the manager. Small groups marched at a hurried pace toward the departure area. The helicopters hummed, took off into the sky. The people who remained on the terrace had the feeling of being abandoned. When the manager realized that calm might be swept away by fear, he shouted in a strong voice, "We have 20 air jetties here. Please line up in 20 lines in front of these jetties and wait for the helitaxis as they arrive." A rush pushed the crowd towards the piers. A man stumbled over a chair and went sprawling. A woman cried without being able to stop herself. Bruno had stood up. He still didn't let go of the young girl. Her hand trembled spasmodically in his. A nervous pull twitched at the lips of the reporter. Half-closed eyelids, she, stiff as a picket, swayed slightly on her legs. Bruno slapped her unannounced across the face with his fist. She hiccuped, struggled for breath, and took a big breath of air. Pulsating nostrils, she put her hand to her cheek, looked at Bruno, and blinked. "Thank you," she smiled. "Excuse me," said Bruno, also smiling. "You were on the verge of a nervous breakdown." He led her to a line of about 10 people waiting for the helicopters. "Not too bad," murmured Bruno. "I was expecting worse. This manager is a great guy." "Look," said the pale young girl. Bruno's eyes turned in the direction indicated by the manicured finger. Below, on the terrace of a building located 100 meters away, a fierce fight was taking place between a group of individuals. We heard cries. Obscenity. A helicopter took off with a group of 3 people hanging from one of its wheels. The scale device hit the rail and fell into the deep street where people were running in all directions. Bruno forced the young girl to look away. She hid her head in her protector's chest and began trembling again. "It was to be expected," said the engineer as he stroked her hair. "It is impossible that everything can go well everywhere." The whole sky buzzed with stationary aircraft. One had to raise one's voice to be heard. "But what is going on?" asked a black man standing in front of the young people. "What danger does this pose to humanity?" He was looking for an answer from Bruno. "I know as much as you do, old man," said the engineer, as if to answer this question that, after the first moment of shock had passed, began to haunt everyone's minds. The radio began speaking again. "Listeners in North Africa, you have more than 2 hours before you. Please don't panic. You will all be saved. We'll explain why. Although humanity is already mourning several million victims, you are lucky, listeners of North Africa, to be far enough from..." Catastrophe, to take all necessary precautions. A gigantic tsunami rises from the North Pole towards the south. An enormous wave, 300 streets high and 1,000 kilometers per hour, sweeps across Europe on its path. This wave has overwhelmed the Scandinavian countries and three-quarters of Russia. Poland, North Germany, Holland, Belgium, and England are evidently underwater. The attack front of the tsunami is currently following a line through Dieppe-Pontoise, Strasbourg, Leipzig, Breslau, Lublin, Kiev, and Saratoro. Within an hour, the Mediterranean Sea will rise on 3 points: Gibraltar, Languedoc, and the Dardanelles. It is unlikely, despite the speed of the tsunami, that regions located more than 500 meters above sea level will be affected. However, as a precaution, it is recommended that everyone take fresh air and remain immobile at more than 1,000 meters above sea level, not 500 as previously advised. Don't panic. All the people. The speaker simply repeated the recommendations that everyone already knew. Bruno didn't listen anymore. He was thinking of the ice caps. He saw a close connection between what his boss had revealed to him and the catastrophe. He recalled having read that if all polar ice caps melted at once, the level of all the world's oceans would rise by about 50 meters. Absorbed in his thoughts, he didn't hear the passionate exclamations and discussions that crossed him. Nor did he feel that his crying companion tried to draw his attention by pounding on his chest with her closed fists. "You heard it?" She cried out to dominate the tumult. Nanjing is overwhelmed. As in a dream, he woke up. Nanjing? He woke up. He said, "Yes, they are like us, my child. Your compatriots must have taken the same precautions. I have my family there," said the Chinese girl. "You're dead worried. I understand well, but don't lose heart. All of humanity is dead worried, too." He turned her gently towards the airport runway and said, "It's our turn now. The others are already safe." He pushed her towards the helicopter's ladder, where the black one that preceded them was already settled in. With a corner of his eye, he saw a crowd of exhausted and furious people coming out from the depths of Pile Ai. He quickly closed the door of the device, which took off immediately. While they were going up, they saw a huge police helicopter land on the parking lot of the tower. Police officers jumped onto the concrete and fired in the air to bring some order. "Don't look. Don't look," Bruno advised. "Maybe there will be some bad guys. These people are crazy for terror." "Why not?" affirmed a voice. Et Bruno s'aperçut seulement qu'ils avaient pris un vieil hélicoptère avec pilote. Raisant sur l'oreille, chiquant à moitié sa cigarette, le pilote reprit de sa voix rouillée. "Vous ne trouvez pas qu'il y a de quoi?" And then, circular. It had expanded its circumference and slipped toward the equator. At 1,000 kilostads an hour, all over the world, people had heard the roll of doomsday. And seen the sky grow dark. They had stared in puzzlement, raised their eyebrows, lifted their noses in the air, and were wiped out all at once from existence without time to understand why. Others who were sleeping in their beds had been shaken by the hand of their worried wife. "Do you hear that?" "What? What is it?" "These. All these rockets?" "No, it's a storm. Go and see. I'm afraid." They got up, yawning, as children began to cry in the adjacent rooms, grumbling. "Come on, kids." And then, truly frightened as well, for the house was beginning to tremble before the approach of the mystery, they had hurried to their window, opened a surprised mouth, screamed without realizing it, and the very next second, one last moment of consciousness. The sound that makes you deaf, distant woman's cry, trembling legs, opposite house, jumping in the air. Ooh. Monster children! The gooses! There were only sparse limbs rolling with other limbs, and blocks, cars dismembered, helicopters snatched away like flies, trees, dead dogs, fragments of fish, white bears rejected from the far north, lackish boots. All this rolled, intermingled, fused together in the foaming mouth of the monster. The alert had been issued by several rocket pilots, impotent witnesses. Faster than the wave, radio had done its best to limit damage, shouted out its advice, recommended calm. For some too surprised, it was all in vain. Others were temporarily saved. their helicopters suspended in the sky like immobile spiders on the end of a thread. Bruno held the young Chinese girl close in his arms as she had fallen asleep after sobbing without tears, and apologizing in a fitful fashion. The driver turned his seat around and asked the black guy to play some poker with him while they waited for things to happen. He had succeeded in convincing him, and the dark one picked up the game, laughed very loudly, or suddenly turned gray with fear, depending on whether he remembered or not why. He was there. Bruno looked at the small piece of metal he had picked up from the floor. Provisional card for foreigners issued by the France authorities to Miss Kusian-che. Kusian, murmured Bruno several times to get used to the first name from the other end of the will. In her sleep, Kusian spoke Chinese at lightning speed. Then she stiffened, let out a faint cry, and opened wandering eyes. Bruno himself sighed. He had hoped that the catastrophe would occur during his sleep. However, he still smiled at her and showed her his ID card. He fixed a mistake, he said. I know your name, Kusian. A poor smile relaxed her oriental lips. She took up her card, saying, Thank you. Bruno, the engineer completed. Bruno. Thank you, Bruno Dakes. Thank you, Bruno. I'm afraid I've made myself very ridiculous. How do you want anything to look ridiculous in such a situation? Kusian raised his eyes and looked at the sky, literally filled with all kinds of vehicles. Not far from them was a huge red police helicopter carrying children from a school. Further on, 3 helicabs could be recognized. Farther still, a blue and gold helicopter from a foreign brand, then unrecognizable to the naked eye. Points, small multicolored spots that populated the sky. Infinity. And each of these little spots maintained several human lives above the imminent catastrophe. I swore not to look down at the ground, said Kusian. I know myself. I would still be embarrassed. Just tell me when it's over. Well, I know. The girl interrupted. Sorry. I don't know what you're going to say. I still have to ask you not to warn me when you see something. Don't even tell me the time it is. I don't want to know how long I've slept. As you wish, said Bruno, very pale. He had taken a discreet look at the dashboard clock. He knew that the moment was approaching. Mutually in agreement, the pilot and the black man had put aside their maps. They were staring at the horizon to the north. Did Kusian understand? Without a word, she bent forward and hid her face in her hands. With a reassuring and monotone gesture, Bruno stroked her head. Then he looked down at the proud and deserted city standing on the edge of the Mediterranean pit, with its Alatar buildings, the immense mass pockmarked with windows of maison. Carré, the colossal arch joining Bellecourt to Bellevue. Suddenly, he shivered. A tiny dot was stirring on the terrace of a building. He divined more than he recognized a human figure running round and round on the roof, waving a handkerchief. He divined the great open mouth and shouting in terror. He raised his head and met the pilot's gaze. He pointed out to him the pitiable, forgotten figure. The pilot signaled that he saw her, but shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. Bruno crushed his arm in a fist, his gaze persistent. Don't be a dandy, the driver said curtly. My machine can't take another one. We'll all stay here. But someone else had seen the drum. A tiny police helicopter with a single seat was descending towards the tragic roof. At that moment, the sky suddenly got darker all at once. Bruno, taking his eyes off the ground, saw the clouds swirling above them. All the instruments began to rock. The pilot crunched down on the controls. A wall of grey foam suddenly closed in on the horizon. A gigantic cliff of furious waters advanced, boiling and seething across the plain. Bruno watched the huge piles of the Algiers-Marseille bridge topple one after another. A rumble of thunder grew louder, reached unbearable intensity. Hypnotized by the horror, the young man watched the red police helicopter, which was ascending at the highest possible speed. "Faster, faster! Too late!" A gigantic slap sounded heavily in the city, knocking down buildings one after another. The brave helicopter disappeared under the wave of water. Already on land, the brutal deluge was boiling, overwhelming the Mitrovica plain. In rushing towards the Atlas Mountains' roots, in the north, a second wave of foam was approaching, riding on top of the first, followed by a third. We were barely able to make out the outline of a fourth one when everything became hazy. It was impossible to tell where the sky and water met. The helitaxi danced like a cork in the waves of the atmosphere. Bruno knotted his fingers on the pilot's seat, felt himself falling, bouncing, rising again, only to encounter another aircraft too close for comfort. He closed his eyes, yelling without knowing it at full voice in the storm. On a roll, the surge rose to assault the Zakar Mountains, almost joining another stream rising up the Chiliuf Valley, was defeated, retreated as it broke its bones on the Djurdjura. Elsewhere, thousands of kilometers away, he drowned the low plains of Morocco and Tunisia's Sahel, sank into the Chats, overwhelmed Libya and Egypt, then devastated the Sahara Senegal. Everywhere, he ran to meet another wave born in Antarctica, sweeping across Argentina, Madagascar, and Australia. The two monsters collided off the equator, embraced each other, rose up into a gigantic liquid mountain that instantly flattened Amazon, Congo, India, and Suriname. For a long time, for hours, Bruno Dex and his companions watched the brutal tide rolling in. All the plain bubbled like a witch's cauldron, tormented by impressive ripples and contrary currents. Then, slowly, we saw the overall direction of the tide change. A terrifying reflux of violence came back down towards the north, furiously dragging with it almost everything that had remained standing in the city. Spewing muddy froth into the air, they beat to death ragged sections of faltering walls. Huge waves played with nameless debris. Long time, eddies raged on the water's surface as the sky grew darker and darker, lit up by flashes of lightning. Bruno Dex, looking around him, realized that the number of aircraft in flight had significantly decreased. Images came to his mind. Helicopters clashing and plunging into the storm. Airbus plummeting sharply towards the waves with faces of crowds at their windows. He looked at his companions. Kosyan was immobile beside him, eyes fixed, eyelids more braced than ever by fatigue. The black man was writhing about wildly with his thick lips. He seemed to have lost his mind a little bit. As for the pilot, he was beginning to relax a little and fiddling with the onboard radio without getting anything but incomprehensible mumbling out of it. A police helicopter droned lazily overhead and set off resolutely towards the south, heading for the Atlas Mountains. That was an example. Little by little, many vehicles headed toward the interior of the continent. "I think I'm going to do the same," said the pilot of the old helicopter taxi. "That storm that's brewing doesn't look good." These were the first words spoken in the vehicle since the catastrophe. Bruno noticed that the pilot's voice was broken, weak, like an elderly person's. He wondered if he could articulate a sound. Giving up on uttering the words that were caught in his throat, he nodded. The helicopter lost some altitude and headed towards Palestro. Bruno took one last look at the sea. The catastrophe had recreated the Mediterranean as it was a century ago. Only the Ark of Noah emerged from Alger Belcourt Bellevue, the Bouzard Tower, and the massive roof of Maison Carrée. Chapter 6. Night had fallen. A wet, unsettling night. The Palestro Park moaned with all its tortured cedars, buffeted by gusts. The helitaxes were lined up in a row of machines of all makes, on an esplanade transformed into a refugee parking lot. Bruno was sitting in the grass, sheltered between the taxi's wheels. Above him, he could hear the driver pushing fear cries into his sleep. He feared he might wake the young Chinese girl who slept on the back seat, wrapped in a blanket. To divert himself from hunger, the young man lit a cigarette. The scanty chlorella soup and the nutritional pills they had been given, although quantitatively adequate, did not weigh heavily on their stomach. Shivering, Bruno pushed up a little the self-heating of his tracksuit top. He thought about the black who had left them. The latter had offered to follow him to Tablet, where he counted on friends. But the pilot had refused to fly in the middle of the night or to give up his plane. And because Corzien was too tired to drive the roads hitchhiking, Bruno felt morally bound not to leave him. "Maybe you'll change your mind tomorrow morning," the black man had said. "Don't hesitate to come and see me at my friend's place." "Good luck, old man," the pilot had murmured. He thought to himself, it was a friend we didn't know the day before, and after those hours of shared ordeal it seemed normal. No, Bruno decided, despite his companion's goodwill, he wouldn't go to Tabla. In such circumstances it was best to return home, to familiar territory in his city, however ruined it might be. He would temporarily take Corzien to in Salah. He would invite the pilot to follow them if he wanted to. Choking sobs pierced the sound of wind. A little further away, a light shone in an appliance. The reassuring voice of an adult was heard. In Salah, thought Bruno. Had in Salah suffered from the cataclysm? He lacked precise data to judge that. But it was plausible that the tide, in rushing through the salt pans by the old Gabes Canal, had carried its assault all the way to the Tidikut, wrecking the eastern Gasser. It went. In any case, it was impossible for, in Salah, to have suffered the same fate as Algiers. The town could have borne only a secondary blow from the catastrophe. It was too well protected in the heart of the desert to have been razed to the ground. The rain stopped. Bruno dozed a bit. Not for long. Excited voices woke him up abruptly. 100 feet away, he saw lights move and vague silhouettes. He got up and walked clumsily towards the center of the commotion. About 24 men were gathered around a device, listening to information broadcast from an onboard radio. Bruno mixed in with the others. "It's a Russian job," someone said. "Don't say nonsense. They've suffered more than us. Russia is almost wiped out." "Shh. Listen up." "Too early to make the villain of the catastrophe," nasaled the radio. "We all mourn at least a quarter of humanity. Several centuries' efforts and achievements were wiped out in a few hours. For France alone, it is estimated that the number of victims amounts to nearly 200 million. There would thus still be 580 million French alive. And our country has been relatively spared compared to countries such as North America and especially Siberia. In these countries, closer to the North Pole than we are, the effect of surprise must have been total. And if one considers that Ras-Sibérie has practically no heights rising above 400 stads, one imagines for this nation an inhuman catastrophe. We have no news of these countries at present. A new information bulletin will be given every 2 hours. Here is a long series of personal messages. Family Jacques Legrand, from Paris 18 East Street, all unhurt, refugees in Moulins-Alia. Simon Menesain and his daughter Joël, from Tlemcen. 603 out of 4 on holiday in his. Arcachon refugees unhurt in Rodez Aviron. From Mrs. Line Archambault, 4 Central Square. Find the children of Mr. Robert. Be glad there's no family, Bruno muttered as he slowly returned to the helicopter. He found the pilot unwinding his legs. "What's up?" asked the latter. It's Radio Saint-Anne broadcasting personal messages. Russia has been completely flattened, and Americans almost so. In France, they estimate that there were only 200 million victims. Only. The pilot, ironically. "Is she still sleeping?" asked Bruno. The man made a reassuring gesture. "I thought about it," said Bruno. "The best in these circumstances is to be at home, where everyone knows you. I'll accompany you to in Salah. I'll take care of you as if you were my family." "Hey," said the pilot. "The place where everyone knows me is in Algiers. Algiers no longer exists. Nevertheless, it's by wandering around town that I'll find the most knowledge. According to what we've been able to see, there haven't been many victims here, since we were warned 2 hours in advance. After all, it can only be material damage. You're very kind, but I'd rather stay here." The pilot thought for a moment and then continued, "I have an idea. You will have difficulties returning home. In my opinion, all the devices will be commandeered on site. Everything is upside down. I don't know what you do in life, but even if you had official functions, if you were priority, you would certainly have trouble proving it before a few days, maybe a few weeks." "I see what you mean," murmured Bruno. "Be assured that my proposal was not motivated by any selfish interest. I did not seek to take advantage of your taxi service." The pilot made a gesture of protest. "I didn't believe you for a second," he said, "but my services might still be useful to you. Listen up. I'll drive you to Salah, and then come back. We didn't live all of that stuff together to refuse us a small service, right? You risk getting stuck in Salah by another request. Possible, but it's a risk to take. And then I would be surprised. We need more equipment here than there. Unless you're sent to Senegal or... No, I won't let myself be done. The best is to take off early before the officials take any initiative. For now, they are still under the shock. You understand? We will take off on the small morning." Bruno offered his hand to him. "You're a brave man, if my thanks." The pilot had a giggle. "Your thanks, I sit on it," he said as he crushed his phalanges. "And a little chinito." "Are you taking her?" "My God, yeah. I don't think Salah has suffered too much. As an outsider, she will have less trouble getting repatriated from there. But let's talk about you. I owe you flight hours, plus those to come. Let's not talk about that. Everyone is going to owe everyone something. Everything is so messed up that I think money means nothing anymore." "It's possible," admitted Bruno, "but I still think that money will retain its value for many people, at least for some time. Take this," he said, handing him a bill. "I'm not giving you a check because you might have difficulty collecting it." "That's too much," the pilots protest, "so take it." "Insists Bruno. "We're not even sure it will do any good. You said so yourself." The man made an embarrassed gesture. "Well then, thanks a lot," he said as he took the ticket. He coughed and looked at his wristwatch bracelet. "The sun will rise in an hour and a half. We'll have to leave without waiting for trouble." Bruno had one foot on the helipad ladder and looked at Kosian in the faint light of the dashboard. Asleep from the narcotic that he had forced her to take, she slept like a child. On his way down, he hit something in the darkness. At first he thought it was a tree trunk, but then realized it was a visipod column. He lifted the grate, pressed the button for the Salah sector, and waited. The screen stayed dark. After tapping it several times, Bruno gave up and closed the grate. "Nothing works anymore," the pilot observed. "A little while ago I tried to get someone in Blida." "Blida? I have family in Blida." Bruno was about to tell him that Blida should be raised like Algiers, but refrained from worrying him in advance. Besides, there were 9 chances in 10 that his family would be refugees somewhere. The two men sat down in the grass. and smoked in silence. Bruno gave up wondering if he was dreaming. He had already asked himself that question 100 times. Many more had to act in the world the same way as I did, and for many this dream was a nightmare. Hundreds of millions of people were spared from this collective and brutal death by the fact that water no longer froze, because the polar ice caps had suddenly thawed. Bruno thought that he was certainly the only one in this park who knew a little about the truth. A little only. For why? Why didn't water freeze anymore? Under which reversal of the laws of physics? Perhaps Professor Jean Legan could have formulated the slightest hypothesis. The text translated into English is, "It was likely that the disaster had struck the capital much more brutally." Where was Jean Legan? Dead. A refugee somewhere. There was no point in trying to reach him in Paris. Paris was underwater. Heck. In any case, the professor would have had other cats to whip than to receive a small engineer from Nevos Holodilniki. When the pilot touched his arm, Bruno felt as if he had slept for hours. "It's time," said the man. Bruno yawned and stretched, then climbed into the front seat next to the pilot. Kaozian was still sleeping. The pilot looked with concern at the hazy day that surrounded them. "There's a lot of fog," he said. "It isn't very prudent, but we're going to take the risk." Bruno looked at the dashboard and placed a nervous hand on his companion's shoulder. "Your battery." His finger pointed out the needle fixed at 0. You're not making an issue of it," said the other. "The gauge doesn't work. I don't have to change my battery before 3 years." By now, the propellers were filling the air with a soft hum. The pilot turned on his infrared and advanced the aircraft about 10 stadia. Bruno saw some lights appear in the park. Then he saw them fade, disappear under layers of increasingly thick fog, while the altimeter was spitting out ever longer numbers. Chapter 7. It took the old helicopter about 3 hours to make the journey. Although it was long and dispersing, the fog had disappeared when they arrived in Salah. Apparently, the town hadn't changed. But Bruno spotted in the suburbs some buildings that leaned like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. There, the catastrophe had taken the attenuated form of a slow and flat tide flooding the low districts. Air traffic was intense. They crossed an impressive number of troop-laden cruisers flying in close formation in all directions. The pilot dropped the young people off near Gitara by a bus station. He kissed them and wished good luck to the little girl. Bruno took her address and gave her his for the case where they would need one another. "You never know, boss. It can always be useful," said the brave man, "although my address is completely underwater." "Call me Bruno," said the engineer. "I won't forget what you did for us." The pilot clamped his hand down firmly on Ahmed's. "I'm Ahmed," he declared. Ahmed Ben Mond. It's easy to remember. "Good luck, kids. I'll go check out what's happening over by Blida." He took off after one final wave. As soon as he was out of sight, Bruno cast an anxious glance at the crowd waiting for the bus. "We're not going anywhere," he told the girl. "You're not too tired, Kaozian?" "No." The journalist smiled. "To my great surprise, I feel physically fit. It's my head that's empty." Empty. Bruno took her arm and stepped forward towards the queue. He eavesdropped on his neighbor's conversations. "Here things are fine," someone said. "But it seems that at the Central Cross, all the tunnels are flooded." It was like the rolling of 1,000 drums. So I said to my husband, "Impossible, such thing." This morning there was no water. The taps were gurgling empty. I thought it was unlucky that we could not take care of ourselves when there had never been so much water in Salah since the creation. Broken pipes. That's possible, yes, but not everywhere. but not everywhere. I called my sister who lives in Expansion 4. She looked surprised when I talked about the lack of water. I wonder how long we'll wait for this bus. It's been half an hour since the other one passed. A woman with red eyes of insomnia was timidly interrogating everyone, repeating endlessly. Say, do you know how it happened in Bastia? Do you know? The radio didn't say anything about Bastia. Bruno suddenly dragged his companion away. Come on, he said. We're not going to stay here for hours. Everything is more or less disorganized. I'll call my boss to come and get us. This may take hours, the young girl said. Look over there on that bridge. A real traffic jam of cars. We'll see about that. Wait patiently on this bench for me. I see a queue at the corner of this block. He walked towards a small line of 5 people waiting to use the videophone. I won't be there until 3 o'clock. The train was going to be late, said a thin, tall man into the microphone. Tell your brother to go in my place. On the screen in front of him, the face of a young man quickly moved his lips, articulating words that were inaudible. That's it, he said. No, it's not far from your house and the streets aren't closed in this area. Thank you. Satisfied, the man hung up and set off at a leisurely pace. The 2 following people insisted in vain for their call to go through. The screen remained obstinately opaque. Bruno grew worried, wondering suddenly if the machine wasn't broken. He soon reassured himself by seeing the glass square light up for a little blonde girl, who kept on chirruping with her bird cries. A small black girl at the other end of town. From her troubles of a doll's, her great anxiety seemed to be that she couldn't make it in time for a fitting of a blue tunic fringed with gold. He was chewing on his gum, and Bruno lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. But things went faster than he feared, and his turn came before he had finished smoking. He hurried to throw the end of his cigarette in the extinguisher fixed to the column and nervously tapped the call buttons. The face of his boss appeared on the screen. Bruno noted that he had drawn features. It moved him to see this usually cold and ironic physiognomy light up with a smile of delighted surprise. "You're the devil himself," Trispuera exclaimed. "I thought you were drowned on the side of Paris. I was going to hire a replacement. How are you in Salah? I could not go any further than Algiers. I'll explain it to you. I returned immediately by helicopter taxi." "Good," said the manager of the factory's niveaus. "I already thought that a champion of multitasking like you had returned to swimming in taking advantage of the speed of the tide surge. I am stuck in the northern suburbs, cut off the engineer. Buses do not arrive. Traffic bridges are bottled up. If you don't fix me, I won't be home." "Can't you send someone to get me?" "It'll have to be me. The helicopters are being commandeered, but my position as factory manager gets me an exemption." "I'm sorry, boss," said Bruno hypocritically. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered you," he added immediately, for fear that Boer might change his mind. "I'm at Jean Rostand Station. He'll be with you in a quarter of an hour." "Thanks." He hung up and turned towards a little boy with kinky hair who was waiting his turn. "Excuse me, kid. I need to call someone else. It won't take more than 2 minutes." Go ahead, said the baby boy in an important tone. "I'm not in a hurry." Bruno tried to contact his friend Paul Nazaire, but he only heard a nasal voice repeating over and over again, "Mr. Paul Nazaire has gone to Senegal. Please call him this evening from 6 o'clock on at his house or at the newspaper. Mr. Paul Nazaire left for—" A little disappointed, he turned away, taking by the way the arm of Kozien, and went up the small access ramp leading to a helicopter terrace. "My boss is going to pick us up," he said. You will accept my hospitality before I find you something better." She smiled at him with gratitude before chewing on sad thoughts. Bruno's eyes fell on the city, whose towering buildings stood out against a clear blue sky. Nothing had changed, except for the jammed bridges and... well, something subtle floating in the air. An odd atmosphere barely tinged with concern and despair. This is the translation of the provided text from Otto to English. It may have been due to a lack of particular helicopters in the sky, or perhaps it was the regular thumping of troop carriers. "That's me," thought Bruno. The girl interrupted his thoughts by placing her hand on his arm. She turned to him with a somber, almost hallucinated expression, looking more and more Asian by the day. Despite her slightly enlarged eyes, Bruno raised an eyebrow in question. The young girl slowly opened her mouth. The words seemed to be struggling to form on her lips. Finally she said, "Something wants to harm us. A terrible power wanted this catastrophe. I know it." Bruno held the little frozen hand of the young girl between his own for a moment. "You need to rest," he said. "It's not extraordinary after all. I know," Kusian repeated. "I was born in Asia, more specifically in Yunnan, all permeated with Indian influences. We're more adept than Westerners at certain things, more receptive to certain premonition. Humanity has been attacked. Something wants to harm us. Something will continue to harm us. It's not over yet." The arrival of Driss Bouira's device put an end to these hallucinatory revelations. Bruno quickly went through the presentations before boarding his boss's luxurious helicopter. Once aloft, he told him about all the events he had witnessed. When he had finished, Bouira said to him in a few words, "Do you know that ice is absolutely impossible to get at? You've gone as far as one can go in our laboratories, i.e., below 50. But just before the catastrophe, I learned that in Paris, at the National Institute of Sciences, they had gone down to minus 263. Zero absolute. And then, nothing. The water remained liquid. It's completely stupid, obviously. Impossible, absurd. Physics is on the floor." Bruno coucha un coup de main sur sa poitrine. "Mais enfin, dit-il, je voudrais comprendre comment. Il voudrait comprendre comment." "Comment quoi? J'ai eu le gain au visiophone. Here. Je le prévenais de votre arrivée à Paris. Il avait tout à fait la tête un peu d'esprit qui aurait par-dessous le marché réchoui un bon coup sur le crâne. Il ne comprenait pas. Le Gwen ne comprenait pas. Vous saisissez. Le Guen was outclassed. To put it mildly, he was destroyed, blown away. I was going to say overwhelmed. Poor Le Guen. Perhaps he's safe. This night the radio sent reassuring messages from Parisians who had managed to. Paris has been flattened like a pancake. The effect of surprise has been total, or almost so. The survivors were only because they were in the air at that moment. If I know my Le Guen well, he must have been taken by surprise at work. It looks like you don't know what it is to be a learned man faced with a problem. Driss Bouira paused for a moment and then added, or, warned just in time, he must have wanted to save some papers filled with hieroglyphs. What did he say exactly? Did he not speak a word or phrase that could hide an idea? Bouira landed on Bruno's terrace. He turned off the ignition and scratched his cheek thoughtfully. He looked like a madman. He vaguely talked about pressure. Wait, he told me. Cooling no longer has any effect on pressure, at least as far as pure water is concerned. And again, I don't know anymore. Yes, that's right. Pressure remains constant. Well, I've forgotten it for good now. All I remember is he talked about Marriott and Gay-Lussac. Does that mean anything to you? Of course, something pretty vague. Right now, it gives me a headache, Bruno admitted as he stretched out his hand to Caosien, so that the latter could help him off the helicopter. Weira slapped him on the shoulder. Rest, he said. Call me as soon as you feel up to it. He took leave of the young Chinese woman and took off. Bruno guided the girl towards the entrance of his apartment. You're going to sleep, Caosien. Get some rest. In a few hours we'll take care of things. I'm sorry to impose on you like this. You're not imposing at all. I have a guest room in which you will be perfectly quiet and completely independent. A door opens onto a private elevator. I will give you the key to it. I could have looked for a hotel. Bruno shrugged his shoulders. You would have spent hours doing so, given the situation. And then I wonder what will become of hotels in the near future. You might find a fortune-teller's table in an airless hall. He pushed a button, slid open a hidden door, and gently pushed Caosien into his room. He showed her where the controls were to stiffen or soften the airbed at will. Those that polarize, more or less, the windows to obtain the desired light, quickly reviewed all conveniences of the nearby bathroom and concluded, Everything is fine here. It's a chance, he added, giving the young woman a small tube. If you're not tired, stuff yourself with this narcotic. It's safe. After a last smile, he retreated, and going to his personal pharmacy, swallowed a dozen pills, muttering, For me, it's different. I don't want to sleep. He felt a void caused by the semi-fasting of the previous day, and, repairing an oversight, called Caosien through the intercom. Where had I gotten my head? He apologized. If you're hungry or thirsty, order whatever you want through the small red microphone at the head of the bed. The building's kitchens will deliver to the window on the left of the entrance door. He ordered some sandwiches for himself from a micro like this. Got them in 2 minutes, and opened the video while unscrewing an agrumade bottle with his mouth full. Leaving the door of his hygiene room open to avoid leaving the video out of sight, he set the temperature of a good seawater bath for himself. Chapter 8. Humanity was healing its wounds. All over, rescue operations were getting organized. Welcome centers had been set up for the victims who had lost everything. The industrial power of the time made things easy. Factories whose output had been intentionally slowed for years to avoid an overload were now operating at full capacity. The regions spared by the catastrophe were covered with new cities made from prefab modules set up with a speed never seen before. Stocks of surplus food, prudently blocked to support agricultural prices for decades, poured out like heavenly manna. Although very badly affected, France was relatively unscathed compared to the others and held the head of the Kabylie nations. Its economic potential and vast reserves allowed it to meet the enormous needs of all humanity. It was for her a mere question of organization. But millions of individuals suffered in their hearts after having suffered in their flesh. A huge number of men, women and children did not know what had become of their parents or friends. Gathered at the World Council, the regular authorities, or hastily reconstituted in various countries, deemed that the first thing to be dealt with after material aid was moral relief. It was necessary to put an end as soon as possible to the painful uncertainty that tormented the masses. After quickly abandoning the idea of clogging the airwaves with endless litany of personal messages that were most often destined to be lost without echo, and as it was impossible to establish lists of victims, they started making lists of survivors. Each person was required to send the authorities of his or her district a simple paper stating nationality, name, age, address, occupation, the place where the disaster had caught him or her, and the new address with simply the words unharmed or wounded. This information sufficed to dispel any uncertainty about each individual. Printers spewed out rivers of paper. It sufficed for everyone to ask the list interesting his province of origin to be definitely either reassured or dolorously informed by the absence of named source. But everything was better than the torturating uncertainty. Thanks to the requisition of all printing presses in working order, everybody was informed in 15 days. Only very special cases, such as those of certain amnesiacs or those of the madmen, for example, escaped this gigantic census. Although quite considerable, the number of these false disappearances was minimal compared to the percentage of exact information. This is how Kozien was reassured about the fate of her family, except for her brother-in-law. But despite her desire to return to her country, she had to wait a little longer. Private trips of more than 1,000 kilometers were suspended until further notice. Priorities were extremely rare. The geography had been disrupted. The seas had once again receded to their beds, but the water level had risen by 50 meters, drowning most of the capitals located in valleys or on coasts. With the break of the Gibraltar Lock and the Sicilian-Tunisian barrier, the eastern Mediterranean seemed forever reclaimed by the waters. The same was true for the Far Japan and the Gulf of Mexico, were recently desiccated by the same techniques. As for the poles, they were completely ice-free. The Arctic gently swayed its greenish waters, hardly colder than before the catastrophe, and the Antarctic continent was revealed naked as never before. The mountains themselves had shaken off their shoulder rocks the white blanket that had always covered them. All these turmoil had influenced each man's life. Every man was reassigned by the authorities according to his abilities. Slowly, families were gathered who had been scattered. They were assigned a home near their new assignments. Well-meaning in some ways, the great misfortune precipitated the union of all nations into a vast worldwide confederation. Little by little, everything seemed to start again. Hardly stopped by the coup de boutoir of nature, humanity was getting back on track towards its destiny. But a big black spot obscures the horizon, a point of question. Water didn't freeze. Ice, frost, snow, chills, words to be classified in ancient history. Irritating certain industries while favoring others, the phenomenon, after its climax, did not have an extraordinary importance. The worrying thing was that scientists couldn't explain anything. After such a mystery, one could expect anything. There was no possible scientific certainty left, and if atmospheric oxygen liquefied all by itself overnight, and if gravity vanished in a single instant, and if the Earth stopped rotating or spun suddenly backwards, ridiculous suppositions to be sure, but not any more ridiculous than. These concerns only affected scientific circles. Generally speaking, the masses relished life once again. Kozien had temporarily been blocked in Salah and sent articles to his newspaper in Nanking regularly. The matter was not lacking. However, he still had enough free time to perfect his French. As for Bruno, he had been called up by the authorities because of his abilities. As there was much more need for engineers in the services attached to the army than in private industry, he did not know when he would be able to resume his regular occupation. At the Nivelles factory, the army having been assigned to the major works required by the catastrophe, Bruno was occupied with developing underwater caissons. It was indeed urgent to restore, relocate, or transform the submerged coastal facilities. This work was particularly important for France because without the gigantic factories to transform seawater into fresh water, most of the national territory would return to the desert. His situation was only semi-military. The young man enjoyed a good deal of liberty. He could, in particular, go home several times a month, although his work often took him to France or along the Mauritian coast. In short, life was getting back to a more or less normal course for everyone. That night, Bruno suddenly returned home. He found his friend Paul Nazaire with Causien. "You are enjoying my absence to flirt," he exclaimed. "Jealous guy," the black replied. "You are holding a young girl captive." I was organizing an escape. Causien, not accustomed to the Western heavy jokes, was red as a crab. She diverted their comments. "What's going on, Bruno?" she asked. "You look strange." Paul looked at his friend. "Indeed, you have a marble-like complexion." "It's nothing," the engineer said as he sank into a chair. "A little accident with scuba diving. As you see me, I come out of a decompression chamber. I have 8 days off. It took me fighting to get rid of the nurse they wanted to force on me. She was ugly. I told them I had everything at home," he concludes with a smile at Causien, who smiles again. "You always have to do your bit," exclaimed Paul Nazaire. "One of these days you'll leave your skin there." "Is it serious?" Bruno made a vague gesture. "I'm a little too upset," he said. "My body is covered with sores and my legs are weak. I'll be just fine tomorrow. You're going to please me by lying down. You're going to please me by leaving me alone, you monkey." Bruno retorted. "What are you doing here?" Knowing the character of the engineer, Paul did not insist. He said, raising his shoulders, "I came to talk to you about strange things. Did you read the newspapers?" "No," Bruno replied, pushing a cushion behind his neck. He added, "Before you tell me your tales and legends, give me something useful in return. Give me a phoenix." Paul went over to the fridge and prepared drinks for everyone. "Figure that," he said. "We're talking again about flying saucers." "What?" The black one turned an incredulous face towards the engineer, then towards Causien. "He has never heard of." "Flying saucers, no," cut Bruno. "There are plenty of things that fly in our time, but flying saucers, I don't know about that." She explained patiently that in the 20th century they were reported everywhere in the skies of the planet objects bright in shaped plate. These objects were attributed to devices from another world. Now that you mention it, I remember having read something about it. Thus, we have seen plates again. We are back at the Middle Ages, aren't we? When will the werewolves and witches riding brooms come? "It's not funny," said Paul. "They've been photographed." "Where?" "Almost everywhere in the world, over the seas, and flooded areas. I was in Paris no more than 2 hours ago, and I didn't see anything." Paul made an impatient gesture. "Stop telling lies," he said. "In Paris you were down in the water playing the zookeeper. Be a little serious, my old man," he added to me, half seriously, half pleading. "There's something else," said Causien. "Yes," confirmed the black. "Has it rained in Paris this afternoon?" "Yes, why not? It rains much more often since everything has been turned upside down." "I mean, has it rained in an exceptional way?" He insists by offering him a glass. Bruno takes a sip and rubs his eyes. "Yes, I think so," he says. "Real downpours. What's the big deal?" And after the rain, continues Bruno, the sky was clear, wasn't it? "Yes, again," he replies. The wind swept away the clouds. The sky was as blue as in Sala. So then, Causien spoke slowly. "The wind hasn't driven away the clouds, Bruno. The clouds have all condensed, do you understand? There are no clouds at all." "Nowhere," Paul clarified. "The Ptolemy observers report that there are no more clouds. Ptolemy, This is the translation for the provided text. This is Bruno. Yes, Ptolemy. The lunar observation station, you are really tired. You don't understand anything tonight. These guys are bored up there. In their leisure time, they have nothing to do but look at Earth and still look at Earth. And they have an overall view, almost. They signal us that there are no more clouds in the Earth's atmosphere. You've already stayed on the moon? Yes, once, as a tourist. Well, remember, the first sensation one gets when looking at Earth from up there is disappointment. The cloud layers prevent continents and seas from being seen clearly. The planet resembles a big ball covered with white mold. This time, they have before them and so visible and so detailed as a school globe. This means there is no more water vapor. Water is condemned to the liquid form. It is unfreezable and unevaporizable, if I dare say. By the way, I think. He ran into the bathroom, followed by Kosian and Bruno. I turned on your old kettle just now. It's broken, says Bruno. I haven't used it for months. I fixed it. A simple broken wire. Look, I knew it. He pointed to the object. Well, the water doesn't boil. You didn't fix it right. I suggest you put your finger in the water to check. The black man teased. The thermometer indicates 70 degrees. He took the kettle by the handle and poured the water into the bath. The liquid flowed without a sound, without giving off the slightest steam, like cold water. Unbelieving, Bruno dipped the end of a finger timidly and pushed out a faint cry of pain. The three friends looked at each other seriously. Do you guess the consequences? Asked Bruno. We don't need to guess them, replied Kosen slowly. The sea level is rising everywhere, with recent rains and river flow no longer offset by evaporation. Flooding becomes catastrophic. That's why Paul asked you if you had read the newspapers. He just returned from Senegal. The whole province is covered by the tide. We get alarming news from everywhere. They come out of the hygiene room. Paul turns on the video. Maybe the greatest enemy is not water, but drought. Because if it doesn't rain again, vast areas would remain uncultivable and uninhabitable for a long time to come. Ironically, the old deserts, for a long time supplied with water by artificial methods, would remain the only prosperous countries next to regions where one has always relied on nature. Let us be grateful that our country is particularly favored in this regard, but let us not forget that all people are united in the face of adversity. Let's not forget that we would have to share with others, and that everyone's standard of living would be terribly affected. But he isn't talking about flying saucers, Bruno surprised himself. Sure! But hope that scientists will soon find an answer to this new capriciousness of nature. And now let me show you some live pictures. Paul turned the button with force. Why are you shutting it down? I'm fed up to the back teeth of seeing floods. They might have shown us your so-called flying saucers, said Paul, looking at the girl. I told Kosian just now. The authorities are preventing the press from mentioning it for the time being. Don't panic, you understand. Remember what I told you 6 months ago. Something wants to hurt us, something will hurt us again. Paul Nazaire broke the painful silence that followed this prophecy. I'm going to the newspaper, he said. You should try to sleep, Bruno. Don't dream of flying saucers. He shook the hand of his friends and went out on the terrace. Shortly after, we heard his car engine rumble. The noise melted into the murmur of the city as night had set in. The young people went out a few steps. Between the palms of the garden, the thousands of windows of Insala twinkled. Colorful traffic lights flickered everywhere, on the streets and on the airspace, at the top of control towers that seemed to sweep the stars with their headlights. Kosian took Bruno's arm. I have something to tell you, she said, in a small, sad voice. Her face, smooth and beautifully framed by her jet-black hair, was raised towards him as she peered at him. The city lights danced over her skin like silk. "Is it so bad?" Bruno asked softly, as if she were about to announce a catastrophe. A slight smile played across her face, softening her expression. She shook her head. "No, it's not serious at all." "It will be a bit painful for us both." "Tell me," said Bruno, squeezing her hand a little tighter. She pulled away, taking a few steps back and leaning on the railing of the terrace. Without looking at Bruno, she said, "I'm going to leave. I snagged a seat on a rocket that's leaving tomorrow for my country, so you've been so kind to me over the past 6 months that I'm a little sad. I won't forget the charming fellow." Bruno was upon her in 2 strides. He took her by the shoulders and cut in. "Charming fellow. Listen, Cousine." She slapped her hand over his mouth. "Say nothing. I know the word you're about to say. Do you think we need to talk in order to understand each other?" "No." Bruno placed his soft palm against her lips. The young girl made a weak protest. Then their faces clung together and the engineer tasted tears in their kiss. They parted for a moment, regaining their breath. A wind of breath passed over Cousine's features. "I doubted it," she muttered to herself. "I doubted it. I took the wrong approach. And now, instead of a painful separation, it will be a tearful one." Then she leaned against him. A vertigo seized them both as the town suddenly went mad, shouting for death with the voices of 1,000 alarm sirens. Bruno reacted first. Without loosening his embrace, he lifted his head. "Really happened," he said. He said, "It's a great escape." "I didn't think." Dumbfounded by the noise, the young girl saw the engineer's lips moving without understanding a single word. He dragged her. They ran through the apartment at top speed and hurled themselves into the elevator. Several hundred light discs appeared above in Salah. Chapter X. The elevator, although very fast, seemed to take a century to reach its destination. Bruno kissed Cousine with all his force. As if he would not see her for a long time, he spoke quickly. "My beloved, you will promise to obey me in everything. Blindly, I don't need to ask you to stay in Salah, because I know that your rocket ticket is just as worthless as old paper. With what's happening, all travel will be cancelled." He kissed him again, stifling a question. The elevator stopped. They came out into a corridor crowded with a terrified mob. Police were trying to impose some order. Crouching at the elbows, Bruno moved closer to one of them, and, raising the sleeve of his tracksuit, he showed him a metal bracelet that held his wrist. The men greeted him. "Help me reach a well," ordered the engineer. The police officer signaled 2 of his colleagues, and, joining their efforts, they opened a path for Bruno towards a small red door. "Don't follow me." Here is the translation of the text into English. Bruno Dax applied his bracelet to the door handle and pulled, but the door didn't budge. "Thank you," he said to the 3 guards. He pushed Cousine forward and shut the door behind him. "Where are we going?" the young girl asked anxiously. "To get out of danger," said Bruno. As she was chattering her teeth, he stopped for a moment to comfort her by holding her close to him. "Don't be afraid, my darling," he whispered. "Here you are safe from harm." She stuttered. "But I don't understand." "Well, the police obey you." "Much more than you think," he admitted. "Simply because of my rank, each guard must come to my aid at any time. I am part of the secret army." "What secret army?" But then, with Paul later on, "You knew? For the clouds and flying saucers?" "I think so. I played a little bit of a comedy to see how far Paul was informed. With big steps they emerged into a corridor where men in hurried looks hastened toward mysterious duties. One of them also gave a nod to Bruno. "That's quite the coup, eh? You might say so," the engineer approved. The corridor was rectilinear forever, crossing countless other corridors at right angles. It was lined with columns of videophones every 100 units. Bruno stopped in front of one of them. Once shaken by terrible emotions, she was too surprised by her situation. The atmosphere in which Bruno had immersed her by simply passing through a red door was extraordinary, unreal, although more reassuring than that of the surface. The echo of footsteps echoed through corridors, along with the brief sound of laconic thoughts exchanged by passers-by. All of them seemed to know exactly why they were there and where they were going. They all had a precise military objective, in some way. This place gave an impression of efficiency, organized security that ran counter to the chaos and panic left upstairs. Bruno himself seemed to have changed personality and face. Kuzian found him more confident, less carefree, younger, more masculine, certainly, which added to his natural appeal. In a few minutes he realized that she had discovered the true Bruno, whose new appearance was surrounded by a certain mystery. Yes, Nazaire, like Saint-Nazaire. Like Saint-Nazaire. "You'll find him for sure in the basement of the newspaper," said the young man to an unknown interlocutor. "He will follow you without difficulty if you mention my name." "Yes, it's that. Have him wait at Central." "Thanks." He hung up and dragged Kuzian a little further. At intersections, the young girl noticed that the corridors were numbered. They took a wider lane on the left, marked C56. The young Chinese woman stumbled, quickly supported by her companion's arm, before realizing that a moving walkway doubled their pace. The movable pavement began an extended curve and folding into metal step stairs, plunging them into the bowels of the underground city. Saturated with surprises, Kuzian abandoned the kind of involuntary lucidity that made her note all the places she passed through. She let herself be guided like a child, without worrying about the twists and turns, the descents and successive detours of the vast labyrinth. She would have never imagined that the underground of Insala was so complicated. This succession of corridors, hues, directions, and different dimensions was plunging her into a fluctuating hypnosis from which only one solid sensation emerged, linking her to reality, Bruno's hand locking hers. Finally, they were in a square room with hundreds of doors opening up. The engineer touched one of them with his bracelet. It opened immediately, and Kuzian noticed, as she passed, that her name was Bruno Dex, followed by a matricule. "And here you are," said Bruno, closing behind him. He took Kuzian by the shoulders. "You are at home here. We have 3 rooms with all necessary commodities." Kuzian cast her eyes around her. Minuscule, the apartment seemed to be designed for providing all possible comfort in the least space given. Intelligent, Kuzian didn't ask any questions. It was useless. Bruno knew very well that her mind was populated only by a vast question mark. She let herself be seated in a chair by the young man, and looking up at him, she waited. "If I hadn't had that accident," he said, "and the resulting license to relax, I would have to leave you by putting off the explanations for later." He fell silent for a moment, and then declared abruptly, "There is a secret army, and I am part of it, thanks to my former employer, Driss Buera, who has simply become my boss." Sungi was formed 3 months ago as soon as we learned which enemy we were dealing with. The young man suddenly paled and fell on a sofa. Concerned, Kuzian rushed to his bedside. "You're sick." He shook his head and coughed. "I'm just a little tired. I told you earlier that I had suffered a slight decompression accident, but it wasn't in Paris. I did not leave in Salah. I had this accident in training during a simulated fight against the Dai. But let's go through the order step by step." "Your hands are frozen," grumbled Kuzian as he pressed his hands to the young man's cheeks. "It's nothing. Listen." A ringtone was ringing in all the corridors of the underground city. "What is it?" "Too bad for the latecomers," said Bruno. "The access routes are being sealed off. In 10 minutes we'll be separated from the civilians by 100 meters of concrete." Kuzian's face stiffened. "Poor people, it's cruel, But no," protested Bruno. "The defense plan has been in place for a long time. We are completely isolated from the civilians, yes, but they themselves are separated from the surface. Everyone is safe. Certainly there are victims, an inevitable outcome of such a brutal alert. There is nothing we can do for them. But the loss rate must be low. I imagine the city is falling apart up there, but the enemy is crushing a virtually empty city." "I knew they wanted us dead, Bruno. Who is this enemy?" "Yes, you were right. These cataclysms have been intended and caused to destroy the human race. But we would never have known where the blows came from if the enemy had not committed the imprudence of showing himself. He seems in fact to have understood his fault, which is why he is hurrying things up." "Who is it?" Bruno smiled while stroking Kauzian's arm. "Think a little," he said. "Who can find any interest in drowning the whole earth without being affected themselves? To tell the truth, fish excepted, I cannot see." "Fish, you said. Fish, you said. Fish." Kuzian had a little laugh. "Absurd. No, it is not absurd. It is stunning, if you like." "If you like, but not absurd. As with the air above, there are countless dumb mammals, but only one species of thinking race. And as with all sea life, there is another evolved race among all fish species. Torpedoes. I have never. No one has ever heard of this race before. For centuries, two civilizations have probably been living side by side on Earth without knowing each other. The torpedoes, the torpedoes know a lot more about us than we do about them. Their saucers have come to make us little visits for a long time now. It was assumed that these machines came from another planet. We had no idea they came from the sea." Leaving the lying position, Bruno sat on the edge of the sofa and took Kauzian by the waist. He continued, "On September 3rd, about 2 weeks after the tsunami, we were informed of the discovery of a conic-shaped device, a giant metal spinning top with a diameter of 100 and a height of 30 towns. The device had crashed into a mountain in the Andes. Inside, they found the corpses of torpedoes. They were given this name because they looked quite like electric rays torpedo in Latin, those electric rays of which you have certainly heard before. The first ones who wanted to touch these corpses were struck by lightning. Even dead, the torpedoes discharged electricity. Most of the sealed compartments of the submarine were filled with seawater. The laboratories were engaged in examining the remains of these beings. There was no doubt. The torpedoes exhibited startling cellular similarities with stingrays. There's as much resemblance between a torpedo and a torpedo as between a monkey and a man. He rose, opened a cupboard, took out a bottle of Phoenix and 2 glasses. He served to drink and took advantage of his consumption to swallow 2 pills. He had a satisfied smile. "I feel better," he said. "The treatment they gave me this afternoon is beginning to work." Kuzian seemed astonished by all these revelations. "Electric rays," she exclaimed in a low voice. "Perfectly," said Bruno. I no longer know which ancient philosopher stated man is intelligent because he has a hand. One could perhaps prove that the torpedo has advanced because it is electric. I don't know anything about that. They are quite scary creatures, you know. Have you seen one? Bruno's eyes reflected a sort of horror. Yes. Han developed a diving bell at Port Etienne, and we caught him by surprise. War. We panicked. 5 minutes later, the whole tidal power plant went up in flames and radioactive water in a geyser. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a photograph, which he showed to Kusia. There she saw a giant ray held up by hooks, crucified between two metal trusses for the photographer's convenience. Two flaccid and deltoid fins stretched out from either side of her head. The V-shaped mouth seemed small and cruel, but the eyes especially oozed a diabolical intelligence. Frightening, because they appeared so different, alien to human. Intelligence. Note the forked tail. It is prehensile and serves as hands much more refined than ours, made for strength as well as for the finest precision. Legitimately disgusted, Kolshian returned the photograph to him. And all these objects placed before her on the floor, he asked. Her spacesuit, if I may use that term, she replied, completely disassembled, or rather broken, since we were unable to find so much as a single seal, magnetic closure. Bolt. This scuba diver was obviously full of seawater. And how did you manage to keep all this a secret? The authorities have been draconian since the catastrophe. Censorship is terrible. I suppose that would eventually leak out. But we had to avoid panic for as long as possible. They stayed a long time without saying anything, gazing at each other. We make a funny couple, finally said Bruno. All this has come to us at the wrong moment. He took her in his arms and hugged her with violence that surprised him. Why did you bring me here? Did she demand in a little girl's voice. Each member of the secret army may introduce his family into the underground city. The men's morale will thereby be boosted. As I have no family, I thought. She closed his mouth with a passionate kiss. She felt happy, despite the horrifying events. Happy, despite her family's separation, and despite all the misfortunes that were probably falling on the world of their surface. A madness of happiness pushed away from her thoughts everything that was not Bruno. Chapter 12. A little later on, Bruno Dax found Paul Nazaire, a Pole all agog at having been, as he said, towed between two policemen to the underground city. For the past few days, he told Bruno, I've been working my fingers to the bone to get you into the secret army. Very understanding, believe me. I have brought to light the fact that in case of a hard blow or a dangerous mission, I would like to have an old comrade at my side rather than an unknown person. They know how to take into account the psychological advantages of such a situation. Psychological advantages, you say? I no longer recognize the army. I believe that an officer completely ignored the meaning of these words there. Old man, Bruno declared, wars always make progress. This extraordinary war has extraordinarily transformed the army's mindset in a few weeks. There was urgency, do you understand? Never. Everything was reorganized in 5 seconds. Be aware that each officer is accompanied by a scientist or a technician, as of the colonel rank. And a bar? The black man exclaimed, following the tumultuous meanders of his personal thoughts. We are in a bar at, how much do you say? At 400 stads under the surface. And I, journalist, I lived on top of it without suspecting anything. To drown his astonishment, he emptied his glass in one gulp and choked. All these facilities were made possible, said Bruno, giving him a pat on the back by the network of water mains. Water mains, coughed Paul Nazaire. Yes, In Salah is supplied with water through 100 underground channels that bring desalinated water from the Mauritanian coast. But there was also disused an old network that pumped liquid into underground strata from the previous century. These strata are now exhausted. From here, all these corridors and all these rooms, which are so many old conduits and reservoirs, there was only to equip them. It was only to equip them, Paul mimed with a casual gesture. In a few weeks. And you tell me that all the desert towns, even huge rural underground regions, have been transformed like this. Do you realize? Do you realize, cut Bruno, the colossal power of this country? I'm going to recite to you by heart the text of one of your articles that struck me. The remarkable means modern science makes available to the French industry could greatly increase our leisure hours. The average Frenchman works only 3 hours a day during 5 days a week. If automation and food photosynthesis were pushed to the max, each citizen would no longer have to work, the figures don't lie, and the margin for error is small, more than 2 hours a month. You've got a good memory. Let me finish. I'm not done yet. A revolutionary conversion program has been ready for 70 years. It would barely take pressing a button to trigger its execution, which would be completed in 8 days. But that button is marked danger, because imagine the terrible dangers run by our civilization. Besides the fact that a man who practices his profession only 2 hours a month would quickly become incompetent through lack of practice, forced leisure would soon turn into a torment-generating laziness and... Well, it's okay, said Paul. They pressed the button. Is this what you mean? Exactly. How would you explain that a France is holding on, almost single-handedly, to feed, clothe, house, and even entertain the rest of the world for 6 months? And then you forget that the big fears of the year 2000 made us bury most of the factories underground. They have stayed there since. Burying industry has become a habit. With our resources, we have an incredible energy potential to last several years if necessary. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't think that pressing the button would release such power. I ran out of imagination. It's annoying for a journalist. The situation in the country can be compared to that of a car that can go 300 miles an hour. Going 300 miles an hour is dangerous, but it's good to have access to this dangerous power when things get rough, when speed alone can avoid an accident. Well, for France, such productivity was dangerous, but it was good to have that power on reserve so as to be able to press the button at the right moment. He became enthusiastic. It was fatal that the greatest desert in the world should become the greatest nation. It had to start from nothing. A blank page. There was no question of carefully superimposing a modern civilization on old and cumbersome structures. Our ancestors could only see big, very big. Over-farmed because over-solarized, over-industrialized, because it was the only way to succeed in something where everything could be only artificial. If you keep going, you'll start singing the national anthem in 2 minutes. Bruno laughed. There are no more chauvinists than Senegalese. It's out of fashion, my poor old man. Then, suddenly, very seriously, the dreamer you make has already forgotten where he is and why he's there. There's only one chauvinism left in place in 6 months and forever. A chauvinism on the scale of all humanity. The stranger to us is no longer the American bus or Chinese. It's the torpedo, the black face furrowed. Maybe not, he said. One might be able to make do with these torpedoes. To them, the sea, to us, the mainland. Fruitful collaboration. I contemplate. They decided otherwise. They took the initiative of hostilities. You're still dreaming, forgetting the hundreds of millions of men killed at once. There can be no peace between the two races. It's them or us. Paul Nazar lowered his head. I think they've won the first round. Bruno got off his stool and pushed his friend by the shoulder. He sighed. Come on, I'll get you assigned to my unit. Did I tell you that I was promoted to captain? Paul stood to attention and saluted. Don't start messing with me, or I'll make sure you end up in the supply chain. You will spend all your days handling inventory machines. No jokes. you know I hate office work." They left the bar and crossed a bridge over a cauldron of boiling waters. "It reminds me of the multipath," shouted Pole in the commotion. "It's partly because of your athletic qualities that I was able to get you to come here," confessed Bruno. "You can consider yourself part of an underwater commando." "The Polyparchos is child's play compared to this. There's joy." Bolnazaire quipped sardonically. They descended a few steps and jumped into a small two-seater car. The car sped on, turned into a boulevard with luminescent walls, crossed troop carriers brimming with men-frogs in chameleon suits. Pole opened his big eyes wide. "Are there any battles going on?" he inquired. "Probably here and there. Defensive battles." Pole pinched his chin. "For Christ's sake, we're at least 1,000 clicks from the nearest coast, by the water intake channels, idiot. We're going straight down to the seabed after a 1,000-click underwater journey." They crossed a bridge that launched itself in one swoop over a circular lake, 1,000 clicks in radius. The text translated into English is, pulling himself together and clenching his fists on the armrests of his seat, the look of astonishment on his face. "There," he cried. "Look! Bruno sharks!" Quickly, Bruno cast a casual glance. Huge squales were frolicking in a froth of bubbles. "Submarines camouflaged," he explained. "Not bad, eh? But you'll see plenty more. For the 2,000-meter bases, we plan to use supports in the form of some monster of the sea." Paul wiped his forehead and closed his eyes. He opened them again when he felt the car stop. Following Bruno, he crossed a vast porch. A sentry was presented by Bruno several papers. At the sight of these, she saluted. "That one is fully dressed, Paul. But I expect everything. Do you not have shrimp uniforms for the dwarf regiments?" "At first, everyone laughed about it," admitted Bruno with a laugh without joy. "We called it the War Carnival. But I assure you that when I have to put on my octopus suit, I can barely keep from clacking my teeth in advance. You have to stay underwater hours and hours. The plastic glue sticks to the sweat on your skin. You are drowning, and yet you freeze, despite the conditioning." Bruno introduced Pole to an officer who obtained the journalist's military dossier in 2 minutes after manipulating a sorting machine. He filled out the form, put it back in the machine, as if it were a simple mailbox. The machine chewed him up with a popping of punch cards. It seemed to digest him with satisfaction, and with a blinking of lights like eyes, it finally spat out a medal, bracelet, and an uniform into a drawer. Pole went to change clothes in a nearby room, and threw his civilian clothes in the drawer that the machine was still eagerly licking like a tongue. Bruno took his friend into a series of spacious rooms with walls covered in maps, diagrams, and photographs. The two men sat in the front row of a series of chairs, in front of a giant glass screen that covered an entire wall. "We're going to speed up your training," said Bruno. He pressed a button on the armrest of his chair. The screen illuminated, showing underwater views. The colors, relief, and clarity were so great that one had the impression of looking at the ocean bottom through a window. One would have hesitated to break the screen. Fear of seeing the waters invade the room. A voice spoke. "These images were taken off the coast of Tidra Island, Mauritania. Get acquainted with the appearance of beings that you will soon fight. The machines." Bruno lowered the volume and himself commented on the documentary. A giant saucer arrived, filling almost the whole screen, spitting out through a ramp about 50 torpedoes. These bird-like beings were completely clad in a kind of metallic suit. "It is not metal," says Bruno, "but rather a kind of harder plastic coating than any alloy. We have had weapons capable of piercing this real personal armor for only a short time." Followed by the camera of an operator who had taken huge risks, the torpedoes flew over a submerged pumping station. One saw them, one after the other, pitting themselves on the objective and entering the supply tunnels. A second saucer released a new group of attackers who flew over the buildings like a battalion of exterminating angels. Soon, concrete panels jumped, breaking the walls of the factory. Torpedoes were seen coming out of the cracks caused by the explosion. Others fled through tunnels. Following them, we saw the emergence of clumsy beings whose slow movements resembled those of mollusks, and whose heavy anatomy was poorly adapted to the liquid element. "Men!" exclaimed Paul. The frogmen brandished anachronistic rifles. They opened fire. A few torpedoes were decapitated in mid-air, but most of them whipped the water from their long tails, sending round bombs of light on the men, which exploded like little suns. Water turned red. Taking advantage of the effect of surprise, the torpedoes re-entered their cupolas. The machines then swept the debris of the factory with light rays. The image lost its sharpness. One could just make out the ruins, which were dissolving into a cloud of bubbles, like mere bits of chalk in hydrochloric acid. Bruno switched off the screen. "And there you have it," he said. "The torpedoes passed through here. Come and see." He approached a wall-mounted map and pointed with his index finger at a small red circle. They had gone upstream to Atar. At the latest news, this town is still holding. It goes without saying that we can only carry out defensive battles. There's no question of attacking Torpedo in their own element, but the time for revenge is approaching. Paul was speechless. "Come on," said Bruno. "I'm going to show you a real live torpedo." "I've," stammered the black man. "No, a corpse. We hope to capture them alive soon because the specialists need them to devise a bacteriological response." Chapter 12. On the surface, the entire city blazed like a giant torch in the night. All the settlements of the old desert were suffering the same fate. Knowing well the nature of man, and informed about the peculiarities of each nation, the torpedoes concentrated their efforts on a front. They knew quite well that elsewhere humanity would perish without a fight. The rivers and streams were already drying up. In the absence of rain, crops withered away in just a few days. All countries had returned to the desert. Burning clouds of dust overwhelmed the roads, streets, and houses. Men fought each other for a drink of water. With the extraordinary means of a France, people had dug well-fortified shelters, but the cunning disappearance of the clouds had left humanity unaware. Within a few weeks, the stocks of synthetic beverage were depleted. The crowds began to thirst in their bauhaus. Only the ancient deserts were favored by chance. Artificially watered for centuries, long organized to do without rain, they had enormous reserves of liquid underground. And unfortunately, it could be foreseen that if the war lasted long enough, the only nations to survive would be France, Australia, the Egyptian Arab Empire, and Mongolia. The other deserts of the globe had never been put to use. These favored countries operated outposts, swept up entire crowds of refugees by rocket, and housed them in the bowels of their sub-basements. But the flying saucers, mistresses of the sky, decimated these rescue operations. Nevertheless, France had turned into a vast cosmopolitan ant hill. Without ceasing, burrowing machines were expanding the undergrounds at a crazy speed. Behind them, crowds of over-equipped workers were arranging the conquered space to receive as many people as possible. More than 500 million Français who had escaped were able to save 100 million foreigners. At the same time, scientists eagerly sought the means of countering torpedoes. Others studied ways to restore water's natural properties of crystallization and evaporation. On another note, an odd discovery shed some light on the mysterious race that ruled the seas. Indeed, radio operators on board rockets in flight reported unusual interference over certain ocean areas. Work was done on their data, and the sources of this interference were quickly identified. The sea charts were soon covered with small dots indicating the places where these strange phenomena seemed most intense. Then it was noticed that these dot-size, serpentine enclosed strips outlining irregular areas. No one really knew what to make of the result thus obtained. It took the disrespectful intervention of a simple secretary in the middle of a council of scholars to open everyone's eyes. So you can't see that your references are matched point by point on the bathymetric curves of 6,000 cities. There's every reason to believe these disturbances are due to torpedoes, or at least... Yes, why not? Their industry. We know nothing about their capabilities, but it is easy to imagine that their factories, running full out because of the war, emit these parasites with an unusual intensity. This would explain why we have never noticed them before. If there is maximum industrial activity in these areas, it's because these zones correspond to the habitat of torpedoes. The young secretary swallowed his saliva and blushed violently, suddenly realizing that he had literally exploded in the presence of the elite scientific community of us, humanity. But the looks turned towards him, although surprised, did not express the slightest criticism. A gray-haired man, his hair bleached by age, simply told him, "Your theory is intriguing, but you overlooked the fact that, after examining the few torpedoes we have had in our possession, we have gained certainty as to the natural habitat of these monsters. They are not at all accustomed to living at such depth. Torpedoes are fitted with photophores, luminous organs, and although nature seems illogical in this respect, fish living at depths of more than 2,500 meters almost never have luminous organs. On the other hand, the eyes of the torpedo are analogous to those of marine troposphere fish. They are surface-ized. I should like to report that devices which we did not understand, but recognized as thermal regulators, maintain the seawater in the sources at 10 degrees, which is also a surface temperature. At 6,000 stadia, the constant is 0 degrees, and some tenths. The secretary mumbled inaudibly. The old professor had to reassure him and urge him to share his personal thoughts. Well, Mr. Professor, gentlemen, I wouldn't dare question lab-recorded facts. The secretary dared to speak as he grew bolder. But it's certain that strange phenomena occur at depths of 6,000 stads. It is also certain that these phenomena are linked to the mysterious activities of the torpedoes. I allow myself to draw your attention to the mistake that could be made by a native of another planet discovering our lunar installations. He could assert, for example, seeing the robot factory of the Ptolemy Circus, that man is not conditioned to live on the moon. It is impossible for me to say that torpedoes are made to live at 6,000 meters, but why would they not have chosen this depth for important facilities or factories? And for technical reasons we cannot guess. This is one aspect of the problem. I have another to submit to you in all humility. He turned to the old black man, coughed slightly awkwardly, and continued. According to the investigations you told me about, Professor, how deep are torpedoes normally? Packed. For depths ranging between 500 and 700 meters. You're bringing water to my mill, Mr. Professor. Although it wasn't particularly funny, the friendliness of the expression caused a few discreet waves of laughter among the audience. The secretary stopped, more red than ever. Continue, my dear. Continue, encouraged the old black man. These laughs aren't contemptuous. Believe that we find you very sympathetic. Well, here we are, said the young man after clearing his throat. For 2 centuries, humanity has reclaimed areas from the sea. In succession, large areas of the North Sea, the Baltic Sea, the Western Mediterranean, the Okhotsk Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico have been drained. All these spaces have relatively shallow depths. So then I ask the question, haven't we unwittingly harmed the people of the torpedoes? A stocky man with red hair answers. It's unlikely. We found no trace of underwater civilization in these areas. It's true that, far from imagining the possibility, we didn't look for them. I couldn't agree more. The secretary triumphed, arousing a second wave of laughter. But who will prove to you that, feeling the danger of being discovered, the torpedoes did not erase all these traces before withdrawing into deeper waters? We have also dotted the ocean with artificial islands. We have invaded it from all sides. I don't speak of competition bathyscaphs. A new laugh greeted the speaker's unintentionally humorous verbiage, but he continued without being disturbed. I don't speak of bathyscaphs that make a quasi-sporting point of reaching here and there depths of 8,000 meters without ever teaching us anything useful, and this every 2 or 3 years. I am speaking of the continental shelves, which are rotten with at least 1,000 settlements, mines, oil wells, geothermal factories, and underwater bases. Imagine that the people of torpedoes have withdrawn further and adapted to the great depths where they are almost quiet. Briefly, imagine that he has completely transformed his lifestyle, a bit like we do on the moon, in order to survive in an environment for which nature had not prepared him. Condemned by our invasion to live only in a diving suit, or inside pressurized bases at his convenience. Suppose he has pushed his science to the limit while waiting for our own unstoppable revenge. How do you explain that we have never noticed anything? Someone threw a stone. How do you explain that we only found living coelacanths in the 20th century? The young man retorted. I mean, these stupid animals didn't even try to hide. We were sweeping, probing, scratching the seas for ages. How do you explain that we came across a colony of Diplodocus in Mato Grosso last year only? They didn't hide either, and what's more, they lived on the surface, in our own element. So, imagine how easily the torpedoes, thinking beings, could have slipped our notice. And besides, he turned his eyes to the enormous map that covered the bottom of the room. This luminous map was related to pest detection centers. During the young man's speech, it had been filled with new bright spots, signaling new sources of disturbance. Look, said the secretary, at points originally isolated. Others have been added. They form continuous lines connecting these kinds of industrial galaxies. Each center of activity stars with dotted lines which are probably milestones on the ocean roads used by saucers. The seas are entirely mined with a network analogous to aggregations of spiderwebs. Well, gentlemen, without being a great scholar in topology, I have sufficient notions to assert that these networks are not the effect of chance. Their aspect does not make them resemble in any way the cracks of a pottery, for example, or the disordered mesh of some geological outcrops. But I think that Professor Haller here present could express a more authoritative opinion. This young man is right, said a man with a strong German accent. The qualitative features of these networks, the nature of their geometric relationships, their connectivity, to use the proper term, would rather resemble Martian canals. Although, in fact, I have never seen anything so strange. Some broken lines, some curves are quite peculiar. I do not doubt that an in-depth study will give us first-rate information about torpedoes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have among our refugees an eminent scientist. The foreign scholar Dos Santos Malau, the greatest topology expert of our time. I strongly urge you to request the formation of a study office placed under his high direction. Chapter 13. The seas were forbidden. A giant test base had been set up in Lake Chad II, an underground reservoir originally intended to divert the surplus of the floods from the floods. Chad I, increased by the diversion of the Obangui. Though the underground canal connecting the two lakes was blocked by tons of concrete, the Chad I, exposed to the sky, buzzed with torpedoes, this immense reserve of 3 100 billion city cubes of water was not near depletion. It constituted a true sea, hidden at the foot of the Tibesti supports. Command units including Bruno and Paul Nazaire were sent there. With a significant decrease in UFO air activity during the day, men were sent by rockets to the Bilma agricultural town in the north of Agadim. After this leap over the Hogar, the journey continued via 400 kilostad irrigation channels leading to Chad Tut Tatit. Upon arriving at the secret port of Gallas, Bruno felt exactly like he was disembarking in the middle of the night in a seaport. The black wave was astonishingly calm. The warm, soft waters lapped languidly against the quay lit by cold light. "It's the sticks," said Paul Nazaire. "Hell." The young people's unit was transported by truck along a scenic road following the lake for about 10 kilometers. They arrived at the end of a vast peninsula made of cement connected to the vault by a gigantic column. Military buildings welcomed the small group, and everyone was surprised to find unexpected comfort there. Captain Dex had barely taken possession of his room when someone gently knocked at the door. A young officer dressed in French naval uniform immediately presented himself. "Captain Affolet," Bruno greeted and shook the warm hand that was offered to him. Captain Affolet was tall and thin, his eyes set deep about his Proto-Saharan origin. Bruno was amazed. "Forgive me, Captain, but I have to confess that your age doesn't seem to match your rank. I am 22 years old, if that's what surprises you. Marine officers were heavily tested by the first catastrophe. I underwent an accelerated training to command." He took 2 steps forward, opened a window overlooking the lake waters, and designated something with a chin sign. "What to order this thing?" Bruno Dykes saw an odd thing floating about a city block from the quays. A sort of flat dome about 30 city blocks wide. "Have we managed to make one?" "No," smiled the commander. "It's a Drymone. Wait a bit. She is approaching. It's a moment of a little diving attempt." "How do you say?" "A Drymone. A handy abbreviation for Drynonaina Imperialis." Bruno opened his big eyes. The circular mass had strange reflections. Soon she docked. A hood opened at the top, giving way to a few men who went down on the quay. Commandant Affolet leaned forward, calling out to someone. "Mr. Legrand, would you please join us for a moment? We'll come to the classroom." A small man with a moustache, named Bruno Dykes, raised his hand in agreement. Affolet led Bruno down a gradual slope of a corridor, which opened up into a large semicircular room. The small brunette named Legrand was already there. "Captain Dykes," presented Affolet. "Mr. Legrand, distinguished naturalist." "Thank you, Captain." Legrand laughed. "He's always like this, you know. Kind and all. I abuse sometimes. Since he is civil, there is nothing he can do about it." Affolet put his hand on Legrand's shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "I showed your Drymona to the captain." "Your repulsive Drymona?" Legrand protested. "You have no idea what you're talking about. On the contrary, it's a real marvel. It's true that I'm speaking as a naturalist." Bruno was done with opening his mouth in surprise. "Sorry, gentlemen, but I absolutely don't understand your conversation." Legrand burst into laughter, showing his white teeth beneath his dark mustache. He pushed Bruno up against a wall and pointed to a colorful board. "There is the Drymonema Imperialis, a wonder of the abyss." "Disgusting," grunted Affolet. Bruno saw a jellyfish. This soft, translucent, umbrella-like creature. These gelatinous frills hanging beneath it. Yes, by all means, it was a jellyfish. He said so. "Bravo!" the naturalist retorted sarcastically. "Do you possess extensive knowledge of oceanography, Captain?" When he first saw it, our dear commander uttered the ridiculous word of. He hid his face and spoke in a depressed voice. "Mushroom." They all 3 burst out laughing in youthful jest. "Let's be serious," said Legrand at last. "The jellyfish is a giant jellyfish whose diameter ranges between 15 and 25 meters. It can be found at depths of 3 to 7,000 meters. It is the most beautiful blue-white color. This seems to be a felt. There's another variety of drymone that's roughly the same size," Legrand continued as he pointed out another colored panel. "Drymonema venusta. As you can see, speckled with yellow and blue spots. It normally lives 1,000 city blocks deep. Sometimes it comes to the surface at night. These yellow spots are phosphorescent. Old sailors took these nightlights for the eyes of giant squid. It goes down in the day, which explains its late discovery last century." "Okay, I get it," said Bruno. "It's not difficult to understand without taking offense. Our Navy needed advanced bathyscaph to carry the war to the torpedoes. These bathyscaphes also had to be invisible. This is what we got. A marvel of technology, if you believe our dear commander. A marvel of imitating nature, if you believe me. The illusion is mind-boggling. Up to 1,500 or 2,000 cities. It takes the appearance of the imperialist Drymona by losing its colored spot. It is a good thing that such animals exist, because I do not see how I could have hidden your bathyscaphes. Whales." Bruno smiled grimly at the necessary comicalness of this war. A whale staying for hours at such a depth would surely have aroused suspicion in the enemy. Don't doubt it. And then the shape of whales posed unsolvable problems for technicians. Commander Affolet led Bruno up to a third sketch showing a section of the drymone bathyscaphe. Despite the considerable space taken up by the engine's power units, there was still enough room for 3 metal decks that could easily hold about 50 men. The armament consisted solely of 4 atomic torpedo tube launchers, but the device still contained an entire arsenal of individual helmets armed with conventional weapons, barely modified for their new use. "We were not able to test all the possibilities of the drymone," the commander avowed. "The bottom of Chad de Seta does not exceed 150 cities. But according to tests in compression chambers, everything will be fine. Our technicians are formal." He sighed and said, "It's an extraordinary adventure. For me, I won't have to leave the vehicle. But you, Commandos, you'll embark on perilous voyages." He pointed to a map and changing the subject. "Look," he said, "topologists and geologists have made a wonderful discovery for us. The paths of the torpedo never pass over the Archean terrain. At first, it was supposed that the saucer avoided the heights. Underwater mountains. This was ridiculous. I admit that avoiding rocks resulting from volcanic eruptions at any cost also means nothing. One might expect that the saucer's mechanism would suffer from some of the highly active Earth-based radiations in those areas. It is an explanation well worth enough, but the facts are there and we'll take advantage of them. We'll just go where saucers don't. So, we'll run a lower risk of meeting one." Vague in thought before the portrait of his beloved Drymonema imperialis, Legrand smoked mechanistically without saying thank you. Respectful, as before a young man lost in secret amorous thoughts, Bruno and the commander exchanged a complicit smile. "If I understand correctly," asked Bruno, "the Drymon that you showed me earlier is a prototype." "Yes. But the assembly lines are already set up in Antau's factory. We'll have several hundred of them within 8 days. Antau? Yes, the largest island of Cape Verde. These islands have several advantages. The most important thing is that they always emerge, their altitude having saved them from being submerged. The second advantage consists in their volcanic origin. There are practically no torpedo routes running near them. Finally, they are not very far from our coast and are connected to France by a submarine tunnel, which the torpedoes do not know. The Portuguese, the owners of these islands, have gone out of their way to help us. Our factories in Fouta Jalon send the spare parts to them. The dry moons are assembled on site at Antau, which will be our starting base. The banal and last little sentence dug a big hole in Bruno's chest. Chapter 14, Cousin Cian. Jen consoled herself for her confinement in the cellars of Ensalah by thinking that many people would envy her fate. She had little to do and suffered from idleness. But luck was soon to present her with an opportunity to be useful and play a leading role. Driss Bouira, the former boss of Bruno, held the rank of colonel. His work was administrative because, even though he yearned to play a more manly role, he had been considered too old to become a fighter. In the same way as old requirements for the secret army of the first hour, he enjoyed his family's presence in the military cellars. On Bruno's request, Bouira lavished attention and consideration on Kousian, so that he might forget his exile. He used to welcome her almost every evening at his home in the comforting atmosphere created by his wife, a robust Provençal woman, and his 2 daughters, aged 12 and. Madame Bouira managed the impossible, to cheer up those around her by always complaining. Her cackles and naiveties, infused with a strong local accent, always reached the opposite goal from what one would logically have expected from perpetual whines: laughter. She regularly corrupted the word torpade, which in her mouth became toppen, topode, torpede, and so on. And these slaps, she said, I don't make a big deal out of them like you others do. After all, it's just fish, and if I made a dish of it, I'll tell you, it would be with fennel, garlic, and onions, a good bouillabaisse. It was his eternal dream expressed. She would have a in which the turpards held center stage. And if the Tapuis were so strong, Hebe, they would have long ago demolished the ceiling of the sub-basements. She laughed one evening. They are called torpils, her husband corrected. Torpil. The masculine, but Jeanne found the remark interesting. It is true, after all, she insisted. The torpedoes have techniques of unknown but surprising efficiency. I wonder how a people capable of upsetting physics can be powerless to invade the underground city. We don't know, said Bouira. Their science must present some gaps that save us, fortunately. In addition, they are hindered by an anatomical configuration that prevents them from walking. The saucers never land on the ground. We have an advantage over them. We can swim in their element. Bad, yes, but we can't. So it is impossible for them to move in the atmosphere otherwise than in saucers. We would learn a lot by knowing their language. It is unthinkable that they don't have one. They presumably communicate with each other as the deaf do, using very small movements of their branched tails. Specialists are constantly examining them, recording their smallest tail vibrations, classifying them, and making graphs. But all this gives disappointing results. Their gestures present a series of disorganized repetitions, whose frequency can only be the effect of chance. Kousian was surprised. How, you have? They are alive. Yes, I thought you knew it. Just in Salah, we have around 20 prisoners. We should roast them, the Provençal woman interjected. And your specialist can't draw anything from it? Not even a word, if I dare say? Nothing. Perhaps, aware of the danger, they observe a silence rule. Kousian fell silent for a moment. Then she placed her hand on Driss Bouira's arm. Colonel, if I dared, would you have skills? He asked, laughing. I know you speak 5 languages fluently, but that's not enough, you know. Our specialists are also very competent. And then, torpedoes have a particular way of expressing themselves. Linguists aren't enough. We need cryptologists. Just right, Colonel. Do you know that the Chinese are particularly skilled at cryptography? Our native tongue daily trains us for such difficulties. Each prehistoric Chinese character is often a real cryptogram. And I have special skills in this area. My brothers and I, when we were children, had a penchant for the game of secret messages. We had gone far enough for me to continue being interested in it when I was grown up. At the beginning of my career, I was employed in an office for deciphering attached to my newspaper. The Chinese press engage in a friendly but ruthless battle for information. Colonel, please let me see the torpedoes. A half-hour later, Buira led Kosin into a small room whose entire wall was the glass of an aquarium. Behind this glass, 2 torpedoes were swimming slowly, 2 rays, each weighing about 50 pounds. Without their metallic reflecting equipment, their scuba suits, they would have appeared to be very ordinary fish. But Kosin felt an odd unease forming within her. She had never experienced anything like it before. She suddenly realized that a third animal was lying on the bottom of the aquarium and was staring at her. She hadn't noticed it right away. Now she felt 2 extraordinary eyes on her. She couldn't define the nature of her distress. A mixture of repulsion and fear, hatred and inferiority complex. She naively asked about the thickness of the glass. Buira let out a reassuring laugh. She then reluctantly leaned her head and observed the immobile torpedo up close. She noted that on either side of the bony head, the nostrils were beating just a bit faster. Slowly, the animal's tail twisted and rested against the transparent wall, feeling it with its verdant appendages, serving as fingers. Then the tail swerved like a whip and lightly brushed the belly of another torpedo. It immediately took its place above the first one, and appeared to scrutinize Kosin with an interest devoid of sympathy. "Colonel," said the young girl, "he has drawn his comrade. He is." This tail gesture on the other's belly corresponds to that of a man placing his hand on another's shoulder and saying, "Come see." But it's just a gesture. It doesn't take us very far. Our specialists must have made many such observations without drawing anything from them. Certainly. Certainly, but if they talk, it is now. They are undoubtedly exchanging thoughts about me. Keep an eye on them. Try to see if they don't change their attitude, or I don't know what could come out of it. Their eyes are dimming. Yes, I noticed. But we've already worked on this dimming. It hasn't given anything. It doesn't surprise me, said Kosin. They have their eyes fixed on me. They are not at all interested in the blinking of other people's eyes. No. Their tail? No, Colonel. They move their tails like we move our hands as we mechanistically play with a handkerchief. If your cryptographers haven't found anything from that side, I won't have the pretension to try and do better. There must be something else. Driss Buira pressed both hands to the window. Absorbed, he was watching the behavior of the 3 torpedoes that now regarded their visitors with a symmetrical curiosity. Buira saw nothing special, nothing interesting. He felt only a heat of impatience tickling his neck. He moved away from the window and sighed. I'm not meant for these extended observations. Listen, kid. I'll make the necessary arrangements to have you attached to. Sure. Cut that out, Kosin, it seems. What? It's fuzzy. Come back to me, please. It seems that I was about to find something. It went better when you were there, right next to me. Buira obeyed while protesting. I don't see what that... I don't know. Maybe you were casting a shadow on part of their body where something was happening. A shadow? But this room doesn't have any lighting. The light comes only from the aquarium. Kosin spoke as in a dream, as if hypnotized by an indefinite idea. Or perhaps the buttons of your uniform captured a reflection. I'm sure I unconsciously noted something. But what? The torpedoes were now indifferent to the young girl. They moved gracefully at various depths. "In any case, it's failed," said Bouira. "Come, maiden, you will have all the time to catalogue your impressions tomorrow." With regret, Kuzian detached himself from the show. She followed Bouira down a corridor toward an exit. "I'm going to make you report to the Cryptological Studies Bureau, but it is already late." He raised his watch bracelet to his eyes. "It's 9:30 already. The services of the watch," Kuzian said suddenly, stopping short. His eyes had widened at the inspiration. "What, the watch?" "Your watch," the journalist repeated. "I'm sure that's coming from your watch. Show it to me." Bouira obediently held out his wrist. A wristwatch adorned with a very beautiful little mechanical movement that showed the hours, days, and months. A compass. Pass, a tiny compass, and a microbarometer. Kuzian looked keenly at the object. Her eyes seemed to want to tear a secret from him. She finally took Bouira by the hand and dragged him back, running almost. "Come quickly." She took 2 steps and stopped. No. They wouldn't talk anymore. They just saw her. It won't be a new spectacle for them. It would. "Are you sure all this is really useful?" Bouira asked with a weary expression. She went on without listening to him. "We have to bring into the room anything new for them. A machine, furniture, I don't know. Me. Something that surprises and talks." Bouira grabbed her by the shoulders. "Listen, my dear, I don't want to discourage you, but if you've noticed something interesting, the cameras that are constantly aimed at them without their knowing will certainly have recorded the fact. I'll have the film sequence looked up tomorrow, will I?" And he broke off, startled by an unexpected touch on his leg. Looking down, he saw a black kitten rubbing against his trousers. "What are you doing here, little one?" Kuzian was quicker than him and bent to pick up the tiny beast. She kissed its forehead and laughed. "Here's what I needed. Have the torpedoes ever seen cats?" I don't know anything about that." "I don't think they've had the chance. The door is always closed." "Come quickly," said the young girl as she ran towards the aquarium. Bouira shrugged and followed her. When he entered the room, he saw Kuzian holding the kitten right in front of the monsters. The result was not long in coming. The 3 torpedoes quickly seemed to be interested in this new spectacle. "You can be sure they are comparing their impressions," said Kuzian. "Mine intrigues them." She observed the officer's wristwatch from the corner of her eye. "The time? No, the minutes. The reflection of a fin on the metal of the case. No longer. The boosts." She was about to cry. Choked her exclamation. "Do not move, Colonel. Do not look at me. Don't look at your watch. We mustn't give them any suspicions." A pulse beat in her temple. A color of excitement tinged her cheeks with an Asian-style curve. "Listen carefully to what I'm going to say to you, Mr. Bouira." She swallowed her saliva and blew. "These beings communicate through variations of magnetic influx. The needle on your compass is dancing like a madman." Chapter 15. Bruno waited in the anteroom of the Dragon for the departure creche. He grimaced beneath his mask, anticipating the unpleasant vibration that was to come from his acoustic olive. He coughed a little, inhaled cautiously at the nauseating odor distilled by the electrolytic ears of his helmet. He turned his head slightly, peered through the porthole at the ridiculous coacants, waiting for his signal. He spotted the biggest one and felt like laughing. "I wonder what kind of facepole is making down there," he thought. The first whack of the crow's nest knocked him on his eardrum. He grimaced again and slid his hands into the fake fins. his fishy fingers tightening into fists as they gripped the handlebars. He firmly planted the soles of his bare feet on the tail rudder pedals and waited, heart pounding. At the second blow of the cannon, he pulled on the handles and put his head down, imitated by the dozen monsters behind him. At the third blow, his chin pressed the button controlling the propulsion. He felt himself dive into a dense and heavy night. Lower, lower, 10, 11, 12, 13. At 25, he saw below him lights arranged in a circle like the diamonds of a ring. He slightly corrected the course, resisted the temptation to turn around and check if he was being followed, dived into the center of the ring, overtook. "33-35. He quickly wiped his articulated fins along the helmet and was sucked into the current. His chin lost contact. No need to struggle any longer. Speed was sufficient. He slowly braked with his knees, felt the head of the Clacanth space suit bump against the soft grates sealing the tube. He released the fin handles and slipped his hands into the lock gloves. By feel, he unscrewed the grate. The light emitted by the ring was enough for him to make out a confused mass to his left. As him, Paul was busy at the other end of the grate. When it began to waver in the current, he leaned it against the rail, wrenched at the bars, and said, "Go." He felt the laryngophone shred his throat and struggled to stifle a strong urge to cough. His watery eyes counted 1, 2, 3, 9 coelacanths sliding into the tube. With Paul's help, he closed the grate and allowed himself to be sucked into the darkness. "Where are you?" he asked. He asked for 8 more, he thought. He guessed his team's work, saw every sweaty face: Jolina, the Malagasy, Ayaf, the Berber, Marquis, the Corsican, Twelink, the bad-tempered Breton, and Pardelier, the grumbling Parisian. He felt like the head of a ton of flesh, of muscle, of human sweat, of a ton of fear, of a ton of frantic haste. "Sixth," said the drawn-out voice of Pardalian. Bruno turned in the third ring. His gloved hands felt the soft algae, the nourishing plants whose plasm was teeming with microbes after the passage of men. Men who were already searching for the prothalases. In the 12 bell, drilling, injecting the pathogen culture and sealing the wounds. He passed them by, followed by Paul, and attacked the exit grating. One by one the men came out into the final section of the circuit. The fence gives way. Go. Closed again. Don't get angry. Especially don't get angry. The seconds pass. Minutes. We feel alone. All alone in this heavy and fluid night. While the friends come back. Move away towards the relative safety of the pit. It's worth it, Paul. Almost. Fast. It's done. Go. The luminous ring. Right in the middle and hop. 4, 5, 6, 15. The trap. The guys. 1, 2, 3, 10. The count is right. Close it. The door slams. Another quarter of an hour, too. "Bravo," says Aphelet's voice in the earpiece. Bruno grimaced. "Not so loud, Commander, please. I'm all ears. How many this time?" 22 minutes. Joy. The coelacanth Bruno gave the tail a victorious pat of friendship in the abdomen of coelacanth Poa. A quarter of an hour later, strange humano-marine creatures were having their coasts massaged by nurses, while the helpers stripped their legs of their scaly covers. The men were too tired to find amusing this end of the farce. The hollowed-out eyes and the unexpressive face of the helmet that lay at his feet reminded Paul of a dead fish. A nurse was laying Pardal on a stretcher. "Get your butt out, Needle," he announced. "Hey, gentle, for God's sake. Don't worry. There, 200 cubes. You'll be fixed in no time. Next." Arona, the Portuguese doctor, was finishing auscultating Bruno. He let his stethoscope fall and slapped Bruno's shoulder. "Bravo! Fine athlete!" Bruno stretched out, underwent a prickle, felt as if he were diving again, but in a delicious, easy seat. When he woke up, Commander Epaulet entered Bruno's cabin. Bruno rubbed his eyes. "We've taken off?" "He's informed. It's been half an hour since the dry dock was done." Bruno yawned like a... "You said we did it in 22 minutes? Yeah, it was perfect. Almost. We broke the record of the guys from Tamatav." "Why, almost?" Epaulet sat by the bedside of Bruno Dex. "Because Jolena nearly hit the ring. You hear me, Jolena." Bruno entered through the open door. "Yes, my captain," said the voice of the Malagasy. Bruno jumped down from his bunk and entered the adjoining chamber with Epaulet leading the way. The men were more or less scattered about on the beds and chairs. As Jolena lay extended, he wanted to rise at the approach of the two officers. "Stay put," ordered Bruno. "Get down on your belly." Without understanding, the black executed it. "Put your feet at the edge of the couchette," Bruno said. Jolena obeyed. "And there you have it," he said, lightly tapping his fist against the heel of the man's left foot. "You always place your left foot a little too high. With those ultra-sensitive tail fins, you throw your coelacanth off course." "I know, Captain," Jolena said. "I'm not doing it on purpose." "I doubt not, old man. In the training basin, as this very moment, it is of little consequence. But the dress rehearsal approaches, Lieutenant." Said Paul, as he lazily ran a razor under his nose. "You'll have to see to having that foot re-educated," said Bruno, in giving 2 hearty slaps on the guilty limb. "Okay." Epaulet led Bruno into the cabin. He lit a cigarette and sat on the bed while the captain got dressed. "You know the news," he said, exhaling smoke. Bruno raised an eyebrow curiously as he put on a tracksuit sleeve. "We can understand the language of torpedoes. I bet they're telling stories about torpedoes," grit Bruno. "It doesn't seem to surprise you too much." "Yes, but I am vaccinated against surprise. Surprise no longer wobbles me. I welcome it with detached curiosity. Do you see what I mean?" "I see." "I would be curious to experiment all the way your shock news encasing abilities. Try if you want, Commander. Speak to me about torpede literature. Do they have letrist poets?" Epaulet smiled. "They communicate via magnetic field fluctuations. Our equipment records their conversations as discontinuous diagrams. These diagrams represent an alphabet that needs to be deciphered. This has already been done. Our specialists can decipher it. And here's the translation of the text into English. I will repeat verbatim the statement of a translator, just as a dive into the submarine world of torpedoes brings sensations of danger, of the unusual, of something profoundly foreign. So too a dive into the language of torpedoes is for the linguist a solitary expedition into an unknown and fascinating world, an incursion into a field that is exponentially opposed to our own. Please note that I have removed any uncommon symbols that may not be recognized. English. Bruno ran very fast, exponentially. Where does algebra go? Only a linguist would find such words. All this doesn't tell me what the torpedoes are saying. Has exponentially caught any abyssally hidden secrets? Epaulet stood up. The progress is interesting enough for us to decide to add an interpreter to each crew of Drymone. What still surprises you, then? Well, no. said Bruno as he followed the commander down the corridor. "I'm passionate about it, to be honest, but I don't feel the slightest trace of surprise inside me. Let's see if I can make you stutter. As you said a moment ago, you'll spend your half-day of relaxation with our interpreter." "Why me?" "He wants to give me a lecture. Must I learn torpedo language in a few hours?" While walking, Afollette glanced at Bruno with ironic eyes. "Are you losing your nerve? Not at all. I will introduce you to the person in question." "The effect of surprise has failed, Commander. I know who it is. A torpedo gone to the enemy. You won't surprise me again, for sure." "Not at all," said Afollette, opening a door. Bruno took 2 steps into the room and suddenly stopped, extremely pale. A dream was before him. The dream smiled and advanced towards him. After a silent embrace, in which 2 hearts beat to the rhythm of 1 minute of eternity, Bruno heard Affollette's raucous voice. "You are faltering, my dear." He turned his head, but the commander had discreetly disappeared. Chapter 16. At the Antio base, Cape Verde Islands. Factories were constantly assembling bathyscaphes, drymones, submarines, and diving suits. The tunnel connecting the islands to the continent continuously discharged spare parts, pathogen culture bulbs, and men. At an accelerated pace, fighters were trained. Groundwork training, compression pool training, lecture in the amphitheaters, rest, groundwork training. The fully translated text is, well-educated men would dive 3 times a week. They then had a day of complete rest, followed by a day of semi-relaxation during which they turned into teachers and taught the new classes. A dozen or so attentive officers were listening to Bruno Dex. He was a long, slender stick. With his wand he pointed to the patterns on the walls of the amphitheater, one by one. "I summarize, gentlemen." The wand flew up to the first picture. "Here you have the luminous ring formed from 1,000,000 plastic and transparent bubbles. Each bubble contains the 2 substances that I gave you the formula for earlier, luciferin and luciferase, which, when reacting with one another, produce cold light. Each bubble is also home to a device of alertness whose nature we are still groping about. No matter what the mechanism is, one should keep in mind that even a slight shock on one of these bubbles will attract torpedoes within the next 10 minutes. These bubbles emit much brighter light for 30-minute periods spaced regularly with 30 minutes of darkness." He pointed to a second chart as his students highlighted or crossed out their personal notes. "This light is then quite bright to flood the culture circuit where metacridine grow, algae that are fed exclusively by torps." "Vegetarians," someone says. "Exactly. We assume they have not always been so. But this does not interest us at the moment. These metacrine plants are presumably artificially mutated to thrive at depths of 6,000 meters. They grow in abundance under plastic domes, where the temperature is maintained around 10 degrees. These domes, always 12 per circuit, are connected to each other by a semicircular tunnel through which water circulates at 1 stadsecond. This tunnel is closed at both ends by a grate. He had repeated this text so often that he could think of nothing else during his lecture. While speaking mechanically, he slipped into an unconscious state under the effects of fatigue. He woke up in front of an anatomical cup of metacrin. Incise the thallus and inject into the wound the contents of an ampoule. The Joliba virus causes a contagious disease, non-lethal, destroying certain brain centers in the torpedo. This virus has no effect on man. He put down his wand and rubbed his hands. "Would you like to follow me now in the Salle K? You will dismantle a circuit board in turn. Easy and quick work outdoors. Later you'll see it's harder to do in a diver's helmet in the dark." Paul Nazaire was training 20 divers on land. Each man lay one by one inside a half-cocebic diving helmet like in a bath. "You lie down. That's right, press your feet on the rear pedals. Your feet aren't parallel." The man turned his head. "No," Paul protested. You need to learn to control your movements without looking. Come on, come on. Right, left, stop, parallel. It's hot, the unfortunate said, his face red from the effort. You'll see many more. A nervous laughter ran among the men. Don't be too scared, Paul Nazaire reassured them. This standard coelacanth is a bit too big for you. You'll tire less when you're given one on measure. He looked at his watch and rubbed his eyes. All right, he said. Now, you will perform all the movements of a regular dive. Attention, go! The man with his stomach flat pressed against the controls. Not bad. A bit to the right. That's it. 4, 5, 6, 7. Your chin. Yes, that's right, said the man as he lowered his head onto the propulsion button. Paul raised his arms up to the sky. No, and no, you moved your legs. A mistake like that would send you flying end over end in the middle of the alert bubbles. Let's try again. Your hands on the rudder handles. So we get a graph, said Kosian before an audience of future interpreters. This graph is in some ways a human transcription of the torpedo language. We will later see that, by a fortunate chance, the torpedo telecommunications use ultrasound modulations that we can receive in the same way. Do torpedoes have a written language? Kosian shook his head. We don't know anything about. Maybe they use the same diagrams as writing, but this is unlikely. Whatever the case may be, we have been led to consider these sequences of curves as a mere text. For the sake of teaching convenience, we have saddled this text with corresponding sounds. These sounds make up a spoken language which obviously does not rhyme with anything in the case of torpedoes, but is practical for our use. Please give us an example, someone asked. Kosian smiled. If this can distract you for a minute, let's go. She said a soft phrase full of labial. The hall seemed delighted at its first contact with the new language. What does that mean? The saucers will burn down the great city, Kosian translated. This reminder of recent disasters put an icy chill in the air. The young girl had intelligently chosen this phrase to spur the energy of her student. She continued, Our machines quickly recognize the nature of this language. The torpil, since it is a torpedo, is both holophrastic and incorporative. Holosynthetic language. You haven't hidden anything. Adjectives regularly incorporate into nouns. The verb incorporates the active voice without changing it. There is always a change in the subject, but we must not be drawn too far away. And let's start at the beginning. She pointed to the sinuous line on the luminous screen. The writing line is always dextra juris, for the reasons you know. Indeed. Elsewhere, Commander Affolet spread his long body and pointed to the Atlantic map with his finger. See then that the shortest path to reach this pit passes through St. Paul Island. You have here the usual route taken by the UFO. This route follows the natural contours of the Archean outcrops. The problem is very simple to us. We have to follow a route parallel and distant 20 cities. You will enjoy, gentlemen, the humor of the situation. We will guide ourselves directly on the jalons of enemy roads. After his lecture, Bruno crossed the corridor that crossed all the floor. On the way, he heard other teachers talk. A buzz of comforting activity flooded the whole building. It's important to finish the operation before light returns. All work must be done in darkness. You need to become accustomed to keeping a manual dexterity despite the gloves. At this stage, propulsion is no longer necessary. The flow speed running through the circuit is enough. Not like that, Arms. Not like that. By God. A coelacanth isn't a suitable place to perform a Cossack dance, Laos. Never breathe deeply during the changes of. Machine records the messages. In short, no more difficulty than with an ordinary submarine. Moreover, there's no need to worry about it, as the system is automatic. Humankind is preparing its revenge, Bruno thought as he hurried towards the exit. Antao, Tamatave, Bizerte, Cape Le Cap, Santiago de Cuba. A good 100 other bases like them, scattered around the world, buzz like bees, forge their weapons, train their weapons. Fighters, destroy torpedoes, destroy or be destroyed by them. Land against sea, man against fish. Who would have believed it? Funny war. He descended a staircase, walked through the hall, and entered the park. Thus was an entire building complex called, that brought together everything necessary to amuse future fighters. Gardens, sports, shows, bars, and restaurants. He crossed the bridge overlooking the polyparcours and repressed a smile. It was deserted. We risk being disgusted with water for a long time, he thought. Cousin was waiting for him at the bar. He kissed her, hugged her on the bench, and closed his eyes, enjoying her presence, the feel of her hand in his, the soft lighting, and the loud music designed to soften the mood. I never talked so much about my life, he said to the young girl. I wonder if I'd rather do underwater training. And have you finished torturing your poor students? I've passed the baton to the sleep instructor who tortures them in my place. They'll wake up in an hour, and they'll speak fluent torpedo. No, they'll definitely know 300 good routes. That's not so bad. Bruno smiled. How do you say, I love you in torpedo? Cousin rested her head on the young man's shoulder. I can teach it to you, she whispered, but it doesn't quite mean the same thing, so long as we know its nuances. It would mean, I'm attracted to you like a good metacrine jam. After all, it can only be translated into barbarism. So in Chinese, she whispered the phrase in his ear. He repeated it several times, and as a curtain of flowering plants hid them from view, they took advantage of this to kiss. An artificial cough caught their attention. The author was Paul Nazaire. It's good, said the latter. I see that I always arrive badly. I'm leaving. Sit down, said Bruno. Never, protested Paul as he fell into a chair. My children, I am worn out. I believe that I prefer the diving training, cut in Bruno. That's exactly what I was telling to Cousin. He leaned over the microphone and ordered 3 Phoenix. Well, we will be served soon, said Paul, rubbing his hands together. He looked around him, brought his face near to his friends, and blew. It is whispered everywhere that the H-hour is in 2 weeks. Chapter 7. As hundreds of others have done for over a month now, the Dry Moan was crossing the South Atlantic. All lights out, she slowly followed the edges of a pit 2,000 kilometers around. 12 times, the men had dived to contaminate the metacrine crop. 12 times they had driven straight into the pipelines, unscrewed and resealed the grates, injected the poison at the roots of the plants. 12 times they had sweated like sponges in their helmets, felt their hearts pounding on their sides like a hammer, risked blowing their skeletons out of the water, choked in the thin air distilled by the vents. 12 times everything had ended well. You're not superstitious? Affolet asked Bruno. If you want, we can give this dive the number 12 buys. Bruno Dax had laughed. And now, cramped in his caisson, in the dim light of the water-filled tunnel, Bruno, anxious, listened to the progressive compression pumps rhythmically ticking. Superstituent. He mentally shrugged his shoulders. The great depths must be weighing on his psyche, making him relapse into childhood. He chased from his mind the word uttered by the pumps, replacing it with a personal injury. Idiot! Idiot! The first creak of the bells tore at his ear, breaking his childhood. He waited, Second bell, he put on his diving suit. Third, go! Painful pressure on the chin against the controls. Fall into black velvet, lower and lower. 15, 16, 17. 10. 17. An explosion of cold light illuminated the abyss. Against all expectations, the ring of luminous bubbles worked at once, to maximum. Bruno closed his blinded eyes, clenched his teeth, whispered with precision. Dispersion! The case had been accounted for, but no one had ever encountered it before. Up until now, the alternation of light and darkness had always adhered to standards. 30 minutes of sun, 30 minutes of moon. When you immediately plunged into the darkness upon the disappearance of the sun, you were sure to have half an hour of conducive night in front of you. The command that was running in a tight group, stiff as a board towards the bottom, broke into a run on the short order of their leader, in personal and predetermined trajectories. Each, making a lone cowboy, slowed their fall and slowly moved out of the illuminated area with the hesitations and lazy loitering of real coelacanths. Blinded and tearful, Bruno felt as if he were flying high in the blue sky, completely naked and vulnerable under the threat of 1,000 invisible guns pointed at him. In his ears, soft as a caress, a voice came from the dry moan. Voice of Ku Xian. Whispered, torpedoes are talking. They talk about metacrin, food, then some incomprehensible words, but not from you. No exclamations, no warning sentences. Don't worry. At the microphone, Ku Xian was replaced by Affolet. How are you doing, old man? Yes, Bruno breathed. My eyes are adjusting. I see them, about 15 of them who wander without paying attention to me. 3 have entered the circuit. My men are slowly moving in all directions. Some are already lost in the shadows. They circle. I'm alone. I'm turning around too. Careful. Ku Xian's voice whispered, They're talking about coelacanths. Bruno felt a cold sweat running down his back. Indeed, he murmured, 2 torpedoes are watching me. They're coming towards me. I'm staying quiet now because they're too close. He accelerated slightly, trying to get out of the lit area. The torpedoes were several city blocks from him. Then he let go of the handlebars and, with his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, adjusted the line of fire at the nearest torpedo. Everyone's back, whispered Affolet's voice imperceptibly. Are you okay? Yeah, murmured he as quietly as possible. His ears were full of a thick silence, mildly disturbed by the hiss of water on the hull, and some cacophonically distorted gurgles due to the cramped cabin space. He pressed on a little. Sunk into the grey of a darker water, slightly distant from the torpedoes that finally gave up, satisfying their curiosity. This time it was for real, he said with relief. I was in deep trouble. You know the terrible situation that we are always told. Yes, but to me it will never happen. Don't sing victory, my old man, said the friendly voice of Affolet. Don't forget that you're all alone at the bottom of the sea. The others have gone home. Take care, Bruno, pleaded Ku Xian. Okay, I'm coming up. He started a long upward spiral around the illuminated area. Faster, said Ku Xian. I can now hear them clearly. They're coming up too. You hear that, Bruno? The torpedoes are coming up. The door is open. Rush in directly, ordered Affolet. Bruno turned towards the pole of his spiral and violently pressed the propulsion button. The engine cut through the water, drawing near to the Dryad. I see you, said Bruno in a sort of drunken state. I'm coming, so do I. But no, old man, what are you doing? I'm coming, repeated Bruno, forcing his way between the false tentacles of the dryad. A soft shock from the shadow, a sudden twist of the straps on bare skin, the head pushing against the backrest, and Apholet's voice grumbling. Idiot, it's an actual Drymon. An Imperialis, Bloody hell, she's running away. Contact. And the piercing cry grew. Of a woman who fades with distance and finally dies new, without pulling the man out of his solitary fainting. A free trip for the thing. Unimaginable adventure. A trip to the arcane horrors. A trip to hell. The fluctuating Gehenna, the giant fears, the taste of blood on her lips and queasiness. Who was swinging my head upside down like this? I was in a bad way. I hurt. Where? Suddenly I felt cold like ice. Give me an injection. No, don't shake me. No. It's dark. So dark. Turn on the light, darling. Turn on the L-light. His last moments of lucidity had caught the word shouted by Apholet. Imperialist. The word resurfaced in his consciousness. No, he said aloud. No. Minced like a fly by A. No. He moved his arms and legs. Nothing was broken. He wanted to turn on the dashboard lamp. Nothing. It was still dark. He insisted in vain. Stroked his face. Slimy liquid? Sweat or blood? That's how it was. Yes, he said. Captive of a rudimentarily animal mass. A gelatinous mass born. Well, we'll see what happens then. Man is a thinking reed. He laughed, then suddenly crude in his rage. Hold still, bitch. With clenched teeth he pushed the thruster button with all his might. The turbine whirred, reached the pitch, and the craft spun several times on itself, forcing its way through the soft walls of the prison as a drill bit wood. Unbearable heat reigned within the Nautilus. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Bruno gave in, half strangled by the restraints. He came to his senses after a minute. You're fucked, he said, randomly drawing a bullet. The detonation spat in soft crackles. With the heart at the tip of his lips, Bruno felt the animal gently tilt. He pulled again. The reaction was more brutal. Three monstrous hiccups racked the suit, followed by some kind of dreamy fall into an bottomless vase. Carefully, the young man let the propeller purr. He moved into the night again and again. No obstacle. The jellyfish had regurgitated him into the black water. For a moment, he felt saved. But where to go? He stopped the engine and consulted the phosphorescent depth gauge. 5,000. Northeast. Long night. Where was the true Drymon containing Cozy N and all the guys? Hello, hello. Hello, Drymon. Can you hear me, Commander? Nothing. Good Lord, was he already so far away? The range of the radio was... How many already? 25 to 5 to 30 kilostads. And always this absolute blackness, this heavy night. His acoustic olive crackled. His heart leaped. Hello, nothing. The parasite simply put, ouch. Parasite meant torpedo. He restarted the engine and drove off randomly. The intensity of the parasites increased. He took an opposite direction. The crackles grew farther apart, died away only to suddenly reappear with a worrying violence. It was voices, squeals, siren songs with the counterpoint of factory noises and crowd murmur, metal flesh chatter and continuous, grotesque as a dream, but painfully exceeding the boundaries of the ridiculous. Zesar gito lasregoxitiluram. Bruno let go of the propulsion button. Braked. The controls were stuck and refused to obey. He struggled like a devil, risking to break everything, punched and kneeled, hurt himself without success, while the parasites grew increasingly larger. Life materializing, while lively rumors, pastiche the scraping of glass on iron or the impact of 1,000 gold hammers on brain at auction. That's enough, Bruno exclaimed as he struggled to reach his ear in order to rip out the small demonic and dementing apparatus, but the restraints held his movements firmly in check. And suddenly he saw confused lights at first, then shadows, bluish backgrounds, forests of algae illuminated by 1,000 micro-sun bubbles floating in multicolored bouquets. He was powerless. He doubled a mauve-colored promontory and suddenly overflew the immense valley, the fantastic land of 1,000 mysteries and 1,000 magics. The water was almost translucent like air. One could see more than 200 cities beyond which everything gradually blurred. This phenomenon, no doubt, was created by the science of torpedoes, because there was no doubt that it was a city of torpedoes. Or what else? A city. What human name should we give to this assembly of bizarre geometries? Spinning columns that twist endlessly on themselves as if to screw in the waters or beat the sea into snow. Giant cubes pierced with a multitude of holes, mobile openings like mocking mouths and which seem to whistle silently. Kiss the water, drink it, spit it out, say oh. Then other vowels, spit out smoke rings, yes. Smoke. Throw a yellow fish up, then spit out 2 green ones plus 4 gas bubbles that rise as they dance. Yes, 4 exactly. 1 orange and the other silver within its heart, a smaller and darker bubble like a grain of sleigh bell, the 3rd. We no longer know. Already, the coelacanth promoted as a scenic rail or ghost train drags you along of a gigantic cliff that is always pierced by these mad and soft mouths that work. What work? In rows. This 100 chosen diagonally from the whole. Does I-O, without stopping. And of course, always in silence. Because the songs of Looney Tunes that drown my head say something else than, unless how to think are, esse sum, O cycles, divine vibrations of the verdant seas. O supreme clarion, full of strange triggers. Am I talking? Mad, beware, be quiet. And that other 100 rang in a circle around a stoic square of mutes, like yew trees around a flower bed does. No, you barely see that already. You're closing your eyes to forget. Oublier à tout prix. Tant lower. Assez. And then those fluctuating curves, dancing, contorted, changing color, volume, and then that imposing arch tube or tunnel, undulating above the downstream passage, swallowing like a snake its food bowl, an invisible sphere, but which distorts it by sliding to one side, the other to the right, the left to D, and there. This saucer, yes, a flying saucer. Finally, a known object, a huge saucer that spins eccentrically at the end of a mast, like a plate on a juggler's cane, and then suddenly released into the heights, it crosses the sun zone and disappears into the night. But already at the end of the mast, a bubble. Yes, a bubble like at the end of a child's straw. The bubble swells, changes color, turns, distorts into a flying saucer that is still spinning, fast, faster, and hop, launched like the first one. To be replaced by a bubble which, without end, empty bodies probably sent to, I do not know what assembly line. And the torpedoes? Well, yes, everywhere. They buzzed all around the roofs, along the streets, flying this way and that, entering the gaps, emerging, skirting me with total indifference, behaving in the same disorder as the free-living sparrows or the familiar pigeons of this city, which they seem more like the resident animals than its creators. Ihasuhelu kamorg optakute. But these trembling images, hazy deceptions, mirages foreign to reality, colors that aren't. Madness on the lookout. Enough. Is it me who speaks like this, finally? Is it me or them? Who them? The Toppa can restore malur lidenases. Ases, chapter 8:8. Silence. Do not move, afraid to wake the tumult. A bath of good silence, a bath of shadow as well. Bluish claret barely streaked with small golden points that pass. Luminous fish, torpedoes. I vomited. I wept. I remember it. Did I sleep? The restraints cut into my skin? The restraints or enemy bonds? Am I a prisoner? He recognized by touch the familiar relief of the machinery, the metal of the helmet. Where was he? Which current or what chance had pushed him into this cul-de-sac? He lowered his chin. The turbine purred, gently turning the coelacanth. Lying on his back, Bruno exhaled with relief. His new position relieved his joints. He held the position for a good while and felt better. A vague clarity filtered from the depths on his right. He gazed at it longly. No, made up his mind. He pressed the tail pedals, gave a little chin nudge, and righted himself in a loop. The harness bit sharply into his flesh. He advanced among swarms of fireflies and entered a room with luminescent walls. A room whose proportions resembled a cathedral. At mid-vault height, the walls were pierced with a crown of circular openings. Bruno pushed up on the engine's controls and headed for what he imagined was an exit. He had trouble. The engine only ran in fits and starts. Very high up, 3 torpedoes drifted around without paying him any attention. One of them was swimming along a bright wall, trying to cross it with the stubborn determination of a fly behind a pane of glass. Bruno realized that the city had been overrun by the Gioliba virus. These torpedoes, their brains destroyed by the disease, had become as stupid and harmless as animals. He slowly made his way around the place. Above each opening, strange hieroglyphs twisted and contorted. He chose a hole at random and crept into a narrow tunnel, making several sharp turns. The shell of the coelacanth rubbed against the bends. He emerged into an adequate-sized bell, whose walls were adorned with a multitude of mysterious hooks. Round objects were stacked on the floor like uneven piles of plates. At the top of the bell, a new opening attracted him. He ventured in cautiously and entered a rotunda, stupefied. A colossal statue of a man stood atop a pedestal. A stone man, standing with his arms slightly outstretched from his body. It must have been 4 meters tall. Bruno went around several times, scrutinized his hard face, expressionless features. An idea was taking shape in him, imprecise. He went down, saw a grate at the base of the pedestal. Finding familiar gestures due to his training, he put his hands in the gloves keys. Unlocking the grate took an instant. Curiosity made him forget his situation. He engaged the coelacanth at the orifice, traversed some rooms in a relative darkness, and, bursting into a room, was both slapped by the light and surprised. Behind windows topped with hieroglyphs, human arms, legs, a skeleton, a man skinned on the display, a heart, he approached, beating. This free heart regularly drew from a plasma vessel Tokstok. He heard it. No, it was his own heart that he could hear inside the helmet, beating in unison with this museum viscera. A museum. Well, that's what it was. A museum of the man for use by torpedoes. Behind other windows, objects haphazardly grouped together, a plastic boot, a watch, a can of food, an ouch. He had almost reached out to grab a Phoenix bottle. Torment of Tantalus. He realized that he was very thirsty. All out he threw himself into a maze of rooms and corridors. Lived through anatomical dissections, maps, city models, a huge rocket suspended by chains, a helicopter taxi, and suddenly there, behind a transparent and barbed partition, 20-some compartments with men and women, completely naked, dead bodies. One of them was moving. Sitting on the floor, his hands abandoned on his knees, he coughed painfully. Spasm shook his thin ribs. After a minute of stupor, Bruno ran his hands through the gloves and hit the window. Hey, old man!" The man cast a vague glance, laughed sillily, and turned away. He lay down, his eyes closed. He doesn't understand, thought Bruno. Well, what then? Not at all. A coelacanth with hands. He walked along another window and knocked. The two women lying next to each other didn't react. Perhaps those were dead. As a madman, Bruno ran to the end of the row. A very beautiful blonde woman leaned out of the window, eyes fixed on the coelacanth. Her lips trembled. The young man gestured with his hands. The woman took a step back in terror and hid herself in her lodge. "Damn it!" Bruno swore. My outfit scares him. Indeed, the coelacanth could provoke fear in anyone who was not aware of its fake nature. If Bruno could see very well outside the helmet, it was not so for others, as the front of the false fish was transparent only on one side. There must be a way to get into the cabins. Bruno looked around, left the room, took direction, and turned around the problem in a real sense. He had to open several grilles and awkwardly manhandle his coelacanth to reach a round door laden with weather strips. His hands stroked the metal, brushing past every relief that could bring the door open. After an hour of effort, he was about to give up when he spotted a perfect yellow circle in the middle of the heavy swing door. He pressed as if on a button. In vain. He thought and embarked upon an odd exercise. He gently pushed his engine, orienting his fins in such a way as to give the coelacanth a perfectly vertical position. He had to repeat 100 times before he managed to land on balance on its tail for just 1 second. There, holding the belly of the coelacanth right in front of the yellow stain, he turned on his engine. The machine immediately leapt into the ceiling. Bruno backed up and let himself drop gently, cautiously, in front of the door. When the yellow stain was almost in front of his abdominal belt loop, the door opened with a click. Bruno, letting himself go on his cleats, burst out laughing. He had hit the bull's eye. A magnetic lock. And he had calculated that at the only non-metallic point of the coelacanth, his engine must emit an induced current. He hadn't been wrong. In normal mode, the test had produced no result, but in reverse mode, induction had occurred in the right direction. He entered the decompression chamber. There could be no mistake. It was a trap. and he led the prisoners in. Bruno made some tests, held his gloves out into the airflow from the pipes, pulled at the handles. By force of reasoning, he reduced the margin for error to nothing, and dared to lock himself in the chamber. Half an hour later, the second door opened, and the coelacanth struggled into a flooded corridor, 50 centistids deep. In order to move forward, Bruno had to use both the engine and the glove keys, which were resting on the bottom. The relief of external pressure always gave Bruno a few hundredths of additional latitude. The cocysternum appeared, was slightly more spacious after decompression of the security system. At the cost of 1,000 difficulties, Bruno undertook to get out alone from his cocysternum. By tearing off his skin, he broke his shoulder straps. He had to contort himself to reach his knees, and he thought several times that he would remain a prisoner of a grotesque dismemberment, stuck in his scrap metal. He finally succeeded in throwing the locking levers and came out of his helmet like a chick from an egg. Exhausted but glowing with the ability to act like a normal man, he floundered in the corridor, clumsily climbed up a ramp where his bare feet slipped, pushed aside a metal sign with an elbow that ripped his back, and rolled into a lodge at the feet of the blonde woman he had seen a few hours earlier. She looked at him with a vague expression, without any apparent surprise. Sitting on a pile of dried seaweed, she nodded her head, with her long hair hanging down on either side of her body. She was dirty as a pig, fresh from her sty, and the cell stank. Bruno looked at her, waiting for a scream, a sigh, or a gesture of greeting. "Good. Evie. Well, then, my little one," he said, deluding himself about his power. "I've come to free you." She didn't answer, but the quivering of her head stopped. Bruno got up and, in his hand, he pushed back her long golden hair to better see her face. "Julia," he said softly. "I'm going to take you, the others, too, you." "How?" The woman had said something. She had whispered it more like with a weak and dying voice. "What?" he impatiently asked. Bruno, as he fell to the side of her on the bedding. "What are you saying?" The woman opened her mouth. Bruno held his breath. "Where is my baby?" A secret, horrifying drama nameless memories must obscure, hallucinate this woman's mind. Bruno clenched his fists and jaws, wanted to forget the little human mummies he had seen in a room of the museum. He leapt to his feet, walked over to the window, and tried to think of something else. "We're in an aquarium," he said. "We're rare animals. An aquarium, can we say? Because the water is on the wrong side. Let's call it a vivarium, and let's not talk about it again." "What?" "Don't cry, baby. Your mom is back from the 7 seas. He dared to look at his cellmate. Without changing position, she had resumed her nod and muttered, "Don't cry, baby. Your mom is." With blurred eyes, Bruno rushed to a grating overlooking the adjacent cell and, without worrying about his wounded shoulder, smashed it into 3 blows. 3 blows. It was empty. Excrement and bloodstains stained the floor. Against a partition with 2 basins resembling baptismal fonts contained, one water and the other, a verdant magma. Bruno plunged his head into the second basin and drank like an animal. Then, panting, he dried his face with a turn of the arm and dipped his finger in the disgusting porridge. He dared to taste it, swallowing a handful. It was horribly salty. He drank another 2 long gulps and went back the way he had come. Not daring to look at the woman, he passed into the corridor and, wobbling, undid a Gantt key from the spacesuit. An hour later, he had opened all the grills. Result of his investigations: 5 corpses, 1 dying, 1 lunatic, 1 demented who had thrown himself at him to bite him, and whom he had had to knock out. He dragged his unconscious assailant into the neighboring cell to the first, and carefully replaced the damaged grate with another one. Then he went through the adjacent rooms, found sarcophagi equipped with electrolysis ears, and a mess of awkward but valuable tools. He understood that the sarcophagi had been used to transport human samples and made a crazy decision. Chapter 19. Paul Nazir interrupted his work for a moment and went to the window. Insala was pushing out into view like a lively plant. She continued to raise her buildings higher and higher. Far away, the sky was barred by the two bridges of Central Cross, which had been re-erected since yesterday. A few flags were flapping in the wind, but down below on the streets, people were walking across piles of debris on improvised bridges. Paul sighed and sat in front of the tape recorder. The victory is complete. The cleaning bathyscaffs haven't found a single dangerous torpedo for 8 days now. The monsters have turned back into fish again. But humanity has suffered a massive blow. It will take years of human energy, too. With a dash, he burst in and shouted, "Paul, my boy." Paul turned his head. The young man said nothing. In his outstretched hand quivered a thin blue piece of paper. Paul snatched it up, and the text translated into English is, "American cruiser Liberty reports, pause, recovered 3 divers, drifting at 3,000 yards west of Foras. Barbados Island, pause, 2 dead, pause. 1 alive, pause. Alive wears a secret military bracelet with the name of a Frenchman, Bruno Dex, stop and end. The original text may have contained unique symbols that are not commonly used in English." The screen lit up. The face of Cousin appeared, gaunt and pale. "Cousin!" Paul cried out. "Cancel your trip, my little—" The girl's lips quivered slightly. "A news?" "Yes," said Paul Brune. "Don't go, Cousin, you hear me? Wait for me, I'm coming. I'll be at your place in an hour and a half." Cousin hung up. She walked a few steps in the room, took out her rocket ticket from a table, considered it mechanically before throwing it away. She fell onto a chair. This communication had shocked her. Another shock after so many others. She knew her family was annihilated, Bruno missing. What did she have left? Bruno, if it were. No. It was crazy. One shouldn't believe in miracles, and yet Paul's face seemed to radiate, yes. That was it, to radiate right up to pain. Why, she too started to suffer. She walked back and forth, but after a glass of water with a soothing pill, she sat down to get up right away and go open her door, watching for Paul's arrival. When he appeared, Cousin found herself standing, straight as an arrow in the middle of the room, frozen by apprehension, by the cruel doubt. Paul stopped at the doorway and looked at her. He cleared his throat and said, "Hey." A news. Cousin wanted to say yes, but only managed to slowly nod in agreement. Paul coughed. "That is meaning." Bruno? Cousin felt faint. The walls of the room and the floor seemed to sag around her, under her. She heard the word living as if in a dream, and had a second of total unconsciousness. The moment an incredible adventure, said the newspapers a week later. This man had modified the interior of his spacesuit to carry fresh water and food. He was believed dead for 2 months. It emerges from the madness of Bruno Dex that he succeeded in dragging his 2 companions to the surface after having repaired his damaged kekalith. Unfortunately, the 2 theories. Sarcophagi no longer contained anything but decomposing corpses. "You will be able to talk to him in 15 days. The doctor said to Cousin and Paul when I remove his psychic tutel. "Reassure yourself, everything will be fine." "Is it very painful?" Cousin was worried. The doctor hesitated. He finally said, "Yes and no. In the same way that magnetic friction prevents a broken limb from distorting and ultimately setting in an improper position, so too does the tutelary force your fiancé's thoughts to take logical paths. Do you understand? Each thought is, in a sense, channeled, grammatically and logically channeled, follows a dangerous path, overlooking the abysses of madness, but where the tutor serves as a guardrail, he noticed in a smile. The words of pertinent humor. Her thought has been put on tracks, if you will. Whichever way she goes, whatever road she takes, she must pass through logical tracks. And the influx nervous network presents enough bifurcations, deflections, and circuit breakers to allow it a certain flexibility of reasoning. But he clapped impatiently with his fingers. I'm trying to explain all this without industry terms. It's not convenient. Let's say that he can't dream. Daydream. All extravagance is forbidden to him. Thus, miss, you don't think logically all day long. Mental images and words form a little anarchically in your head. Your ideas jump from rooster to goose. Have some latitude for wandering. Your reason is strong enough to offer you the luxury of mental disorder, leaving you free to intervene from time to time to set things straight with a nudge. There is nothing of the sort in him. If he thinks, his thought is perfect, mechanical, if you like, robotic, and that comes with a certain tiredness, painful tiredness. His only resource, his sole respite, is sleep. A dark and drug-induced sleep. He sleeps a lot. We help him achieve this with the aid of narcotics. Cole asked, do you think the treatment should still last for another 15 days? Yes, said the doctor. The distortion index of his reason requires this extension. When his mind has regained a normal discipline, he will have started to respect red lights again. And will be able to cope with your visit. He got up and approached the screen. You'll see it, he said, but unknowingly so. He turned some buttons. The screen showed Bruno in his bedroom. His face was pale. His eyes seemed enormous. A helmet with various antennae encased his skull. With a cigarette in his fingers, he was talking to someone invisible. Off-camera. The psychiatrist turned off the screen and said, the week of madness during which he was made to reveal everything he knew about torpedoes had not helped matters. He was the only living man who had visited a torpedo city in operation, said Paul. We extracted from his subconscious memories, images, and even his smallest remarks were of invaluable value to science. The doctor shook his head. I know, he said, and we were right in general, but as a doctor, I can only regret it. Early treatment would have lasted less. He smiled. But have faith. To borrow a phrase I used earlier, her reason was distorted, not broken. Luckily, if our appliances had revealed a break, it was the definitive dementia. Convalescence. In an Aris Hotel, Ores, while Kosian, at the window, contemplated the unique setting of the mountains, Bruno, lying on a sofa, casually went through the newspapers. In his speech on aid for devastated countries, the President of the World Council insisted on near the Federal Road, No. 10, in the heart of the Congolese forest. 2 UFOs that had been downed since about 3 months have revealed the secret of. The revelations of Commander Dex, the greatest hero of the last war, have made science take a giant leap in the field of physics. Gathered in Congress, scientists from all countries have been confronting since yesterday the result of their work after the victory over torpedoes. We are about to understand the mechanism. Bruno realized he was reading a 1-week-old newspaper and threw it away. They knocked on the door. Yes, said Bruno. Paul Nazaire entered, all smiles. Hey, yes, me, said the black man, shaking his hand. It doesn't seem to please you. Fool! What a climate, children! We freeze in this village, he said, shaking Kusian's hand. I come from Tanger. The dam bridge has been completely rebuilt. The waters of the Mediterranean are falling at a glance. You have good eyes. Bruno laughed. Paul turned round to face Kusian and put a finger under his chin. You're joking, he said with a laugh. That little bird from China dozes at the window and doesn't notice anything. How so? Kusian replied, surprised. She cast a fleeting glance out of the window, hesitated. What is it then? Asked Bruno, straightening up. The sky. I wasn't paying attention. I thought the night was falling. What? The sky, repeated Bruno, an arm around his wife's waist and his other hand on his friend's shoulder. The sky is black, said Paul, and it's snowing, exclaimed the young woman, clapping her hands. Look, Bruno, little flakes, 1, 2, 10. Others had noticed it too. Joyous people emerged from the hotel garden, raised their eyes, stretched out their hands into the air and gave each other friendly shoves. Water evaporates into clouds, and the water freezes, said Paul. They found it? Asked Bruno, his face illuminated. For several days now, yes, they found the trick. But it wasn't official. What's the principle of? Oh, shit. It exploded in black. You'll care about this later. I'm staying here tonight. If it's snow enough tonight, I propose a family slalom for tomorrow. But I've never been skiing, protested Kusen. The better. We will laugh more. Outside, everything was snowing at a glance. Children in haste were already scraping the thin powdery layer with their hands. The mountain had been blotted out on the horizon by 1,000 white flakes. Bruno sighed. All right for tomorrow, he said. But after... Oh, after. It's crazy how much I want to do a polycourse. Above his shoulder, Kosian's eyes and Paul's eyes smiled at each other. Love and friendship understood that Bruno had been cured. Definitively cured. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Bruno gives a big pat on the back.